All right, everybody, it's Chris with Drop Dice. We are back for a little surprise. I did not realize I'd have the night open. It became open, so I decided to pull some stuff from the Blades in the Dark beta that has been released. And we're basically going to run through Blades in the Dark. It looks like there was a problem with the Facebook chat. So if anybody is watching and wants to comment, the comment section should be open. Maybe not. Oh, there's the chat. It's just my screen looks really goofy. But the chat is open. So if you have any questions about the game that don't get addressed directly, when we come to the break, we'll kind of go over that. Since this game is formatted a little differently, these guys have not built their characters just yet. We're going to do that together and kind of go through and talk about who these characters are, how they got together, and what kind of game they decided to form, which they have not picked out just yet. They were kind of trying to pick out what their characters were, and we'll get more into that. For now, I'd like to introduce the actual players. So everybody knows who I am. Let's kind of go start down the line with Ben. If you would like to introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Ben. I play lots of games. I have no channel. I have nothing to promote. I'm just here to play.
Perfect. All right, and Lewis?
Hey there. I'm in the same boat as Ben, but I love playing with Chris and Marquise. These are great guys. Let's be criminals.
Perfect. And Nathaniel?
Yeah, I'm Nathan, and I've played with a few of these guys before. I don't currently have a channel. I'm down to get dirty and nasty here. Let's see what happens.
Perfect. And Marquise?
What's up? I'm Marquise. Unlike these losers, I do got a channel. It's Sensible Strider. You can find it on YouTube. Also, me and Chris are part of a nonprofit third-party organization, A Port of Inspiration. Basically, we release third-party materials for 5e and eventually more games as well. Check us out on facebook.com/A Port of Inspiration. And I, too, am here to get dirty and nasty. That sounds like a very good time.
Perfect. The one thing that I would like to add is part of the reason that I am doing Blades in the Dark tonight, and I will be continuing to do kind of random one-shots and trying out some of the other play sets, is because eventually I will be writing for A Point of Inspiration, a play set of my own where you get to play as Super Sentai. So this is kind of the first official movements towards actually getting it out there, because I've been waiting for the book to come out, which right now it's projected for Q2 of this year. I'm going to keep crossing my fingers because it's been a while that thing has been going through Kickstarter, and we'll see if it actually happens. So let's kind of talk about what Blades in the Dark is just real quick. It is a game of discovery, kind of like Apocalypse Worlds. You play to discover things about you and the world around you. You'll have a playbook just like you would for Apocalypse World or any of its children. However, the roles work a little differently. Essentially, there is a dice pool mechanic, and you roll against the situation, which can be either a controlled situation, meaning you're fully in control, you've snuck up on the bad guy and you're about to knife him in the throat and he has no idea what's happening. That's a very controlled situation. Risky situation would be coming up in front of that same bad guy and actually confronting him in combat, because he can strike back at you. A desperate situation would be you've been disarmed, you have no choice but to try and gouge out his eyes with your thumbs, and you're bleeding all over the place. And, you know, failing this is probably going to mean bad news for you. That's basically what desperate is. There's also the idea of not only your position, but there's also the effect. Effects can range from standard, great, to, or start the standard and great all the way to, let me pull up the reference sheet here again real quick here. Wrong sheet apparently. Sorry, we're all new to it, so I'm pulling up sheets right now. Let me just do it this way. Here we go. Standard, limited, and great. So standard would be just normal effects. Limited would be thinking that you may be at some sort of disadvantage, if you would. And then great would be you having an advantage, to put it in kind of clean, easy terms here. And yes, Morning Blade, we are definitely noobs as far as Blades in the Dark is concerned. I played it last on beta version 3, so it's pretty much a whole different game by now because we're on beta version 7.1 at this point. And a lot of these rules actually weren't even there. Basically, how it works is you are in a semi-Victorian city that has gone through a kind of a post-apocalyptic event. Basically, the way the world started is it was very traditional D&D, but a little steampunky at the same time. And the players of that campaign that John Harper was running basically destroyed the gate to hell. And by doing so, it trapped all the spirits on the planet, and it caused a whole lot of problems. So Blades in the Dark is the spiritual successor to a D&D campaign, where basically people have learned to live inside a really shitty ghost apocalypse. There is a lightning barrier that surrounds the city and keeps the ghosts out. However, it's not 100%. Ghosts make it in. Things come up like hulls, which are basically ghosts that have entered a dead body. There is also vampires, which is a ghost who enters a living body and takes over it. And then there is also the idea of the ghost itself inside the city. So those are all things that you guys can play with. And I know that at least 2 of you have things that you think that you've already thought of that will involve playing with ghosts at some point or another. Let's talk about character playbooks first and see who's interested in what. Nathaniel, if you want, there is a character sheet that's like Uda Imoka or something like that. You can just take that one and actually let me unlock it so you can see it because I realized I did not do that. There you go. You can edit that one. All right, so from this point forward, what we're going to do is kind of go down the line and talk about who each character is, and we'll talk about character creation as we go along. What I'd like you guys to do first is think about your character names if you've already done that and you've already chosen your playbooks. From there, we will kind of go into each step. So let's talk about character concept first. Ben, if you want to go first.
Character concept is I'm playing a type of character known as a lurk, whose entire speciality is sneaking, breaking and entering, being a sneaky soul. That's the basic idea. I have expanded from there already, but I shall go into that further.
Perfect. For a D&D analog, the lurk is essentially your rogue. In a game full of criminals and criminal elements, pretty much everybody will have a roguely aspect to them, but he would be the most roguely of the rogues, if you would. Next would be Lewis.
As far as character concept goes, I'm playing what's called a whisper. They're the closest thing we have to mages in Blades in the Dark. They consort with ghosts, cause magical tempests, do rituals, etc., etc.
Perfect. Yeah, they're somewhere between like a mage and a warlock, because they can have demon friends and stuff like that. Raven from Teen Titans, I think, would make a pretty good whisper. Next, Nathan, you want to talk about what you have in mind to play? You're currently muted.
It's considering more of a face type kind of character. The actual like
Okay.
the spokesman probably.
There's a couple ways that you can go about that. Have you looked at the playbooks just yet to determine which way you want to go with that?
I was looking at it when you called me.
Okay.
What? Oh.
Well, we can go back to it. The one you might like is the spider, which is kind of like your mastermind. They're a little bit social, but they're also kind of a one that helps out the group. If this game had kind of a bard type, that would probably be the closest affirmation to kind of a bard type.
Okay. Sounds good. Okay.
Let's see.
Yeah. All right. Let's see if I can.
And then I'm trying to think. I'm trying to go through here real quick, see if I see anything that stands out besides that.
The slide?
Yeah, the slide would probably be the next. Well, the slide is all about social and being more of like a spy. So if you wanted to go kind of the route of consorting people and trying to persuade people as like your main tools of practice, the slide is going to be the one that you'd want to go with. The spider, like I said, is a little bit more towards plotting and planning.
All right.
If you're familiar with Game of Thrones, the spider in Game of Thrones is, of course, a spider.
Yeah. Yeah, let's go with the mastermind then.
Okay. And Marquise, you want to talk about what you have in mind?
Yeah, so there was this really cool playbook. It's called the Leech. Essentially, what the Leech is different variations of it. It's like a plague doctor, a tinker, an alchemist. You're going around making like human centipedes, or ghost bombs, or talismans, and alchemies. Lots of different options there for the Leech to create. Some more R-rated than others, and it really appeals to the type of character I want to make, kind of like a hoodoo man type person. So that's what we're going for, is a Leech.
Perfect. And from there, we kind of think about how we're going to build the characters themselves. I'll kind of go down the list, and you guys tell me when you are ready, and if you want to share anything that you're thinking about or discuss it openly, you definitely can. So the first step is you've already chosen your playbooks. You'll choose one special ability. Special abilities are that section that's listed off on there. Like, for example, for the Hoodoo Man, Alchemist is one of your abilities. For the let's see, for the Whisper, there is the controlling spirits ability. That sort of thing is what you're going to pick next. If anybody has anything that they have in mind the right way and they want to share that, go ahead.
Yeah, I got. Oh, you want to go first, Lewis?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
For my Whisper, who I'm calling Wester Templeton because it's a great name, I'm thinking Compel. You can attune to the ghost field to force a nearby spirit to appear before you and obey a command you give it. Because it seems the most versatile, and it seems like it could get us into deep trouble.
Yeah, it kind of feels
with
like
bad rolls.
Almost like an unseen servant for like a D&D analog. I'm going to try and do some analogs along the way because I know that most of the community on YouTube does play D&D, so giving them kind of an idea of how it works out in this game might be a good way to get more people interested in it.
So kind of like not a complete foil to what Lewis is doing, but something that kind of goes really well with it is I'm thinking about using the Ghost War special ability. Basically, with arcane substances, I can wreck an area by making it anathema or enticing the spirits. So I can repel all the spirits in it and remove any bad mojo that my man Lewis creates with the Whisper. Or I could just summon all kinds of howling things, like rituals and whatnot. So I'm kind of going for the more like ritualistic, hoodoo aspects of the Leech idea. So probably Ghost War is what I'm thinking about.
Perfect. And that's actually a really good aspect of this game, is that it's focused around teamwork. So those two abilities could tandemly help you fix a problem that he may create, or maybe cause you to do something like summon a bunch of ghosts to an area as a distraction while he commands one particular ghost to go accomplish a task. So they could definitely work in tandem. Anybody else see anything that jumps out as something that they are really interested in taking as their ability?
Well, I basically had my eyes on Infiltrator, if only because if we've got two guys who seem to specialize in being very loud and noisy, having somebody who can exploit that to the maximum benefit is probably going to be helpful.
Definitely.
So basically, whenever my character is observing an area for intel or bypassing security measures, whenever they roll to essentially get past things, they do it better than most.
Okay, perfect. And Nathaniel, do you have anything that jumps out at you?
Okay, I'm still trying to find the character information that you were talking about.
If you open the quick start, that's that file I sent you earlier. The character sheets and stuff that you're looking for, it starts on 39. However, if you are looking for the slide, that is page...
Spider's on 44.
Yeah, Spider's 44, slide is 43.
Yeah, okay.
And you'll see the special abilities right underneath the name, and that's what you're going to copy into the Roll20 page.
Okay, sounds good. I got that. Didn't scroll up far enough. I was like, real quick here. Let's get this. Okay, you said 30.
44 for the spider.
44. Yeah. All right. Spider. Yeah. Okay. There we go. All right. So. Yeah. Let's see. Okay. I think I am gonna stick with the mastermind though. So the special abilities of the mastermind.
Okay.
So yeah, even
On
though
that,
we pulled this group together, I kind of take the role of being almost the making sure that everybody doesn't get killed at once.
Right. And what special ability are you looking at?
Oh, that was a special ability. That was mastermind. Sorry.
It's a special ability underneath which playbook? Because I was looking at.
Oh, it's under the spider. I'm in the spider playbook.
It's the second to last one under spider.
I'm sorry, I just completely missed that. Mastermind. It's the special armor. Okay. Yeah. So the cool thing about Mastermind is, or really anything in this game, there is actually a mechanic to retcon. So if like, let's say the job starts to turn on you guys and I present a situation, I go, oh, you don't have any weapons because you didn't think ahead. You could be like, wait a minute, I'm a professional thief. I would have thought ahead and had something special for this. Right. We can revisit that, and it will cost a certain amount of stress depending on the situation, which can range from like 0 to 3. 3 being the most extreme, like, oh, you definitely did not remember to do that, but I'll let it slide if you're willing to pay the cost. And 0 meaning, of course, you would remember that. So Mastermind, you could use it in the situation if you're right next to, let's say, Marquise as he's getting attacked, or the Hoodoo Man. Or if you wanted to, if he was in like another area during the same like kind of situation, you could do a flashback and say, hey, I'm going to use my Mastermind to basically give the Hoodoo Man a slip-on set of finely made chainmail that if it takes a bullet, it's going to break, but it'll protect him.
Right.
And that'll help you out there. Okay. So from there, we will also now be picking out your heritages and assigning an action dot. So basically on the heritages, you can see that there are different ones on there, like Scovian ore miners, and you can pick an action dot based upon your heritage. This is kind of open to interpretation. So if you think that your Scovian ore miner would have something like Tinker, then that probably would make the most sense for where to place that ability. And if you have questions about those abilities, or those actions, I should say, feel free to ask me and I'll further elaborate on
what page are the heritages on?
The heritages, they're actually, if you go to any of the character sheets, so for example, the spider is the 44, that's where it lists them.
Oh, I completely missed
that. There's Akaros, the Dagger Isles, Aruvia, Cerberos, Scolvian, and Tycheros. These are different areas of the world, which, if I remember right, there is a world map in the very back of the book.
Yes.
If you want to have kind of an idea. Tycherosi is kind of interesting. They're a group of people that regularly consort with demons. So think tieflings for Tycherosi. These Scovians, let me pull up my stuff here. Page 95, by the way, is where the map is and where it talks a little bit about these different areas. Akaros is where the Imperium began. So it's kind of more of a capital. It's fair-skinned, dark-haired people. Severos is windswept grass plains outside of the imperial cities. The Severosi live in free tribes, scavenging the Deathlands with their ghost hunting horses. They're generally brown-skinned and dark-haired. The Severosi, their horses actually are trained to sustain themselves by eating ghosts. It's actually one of the cooler things about them. And
That's what I'm doing.
They don't use lightning barriers. They just kind of trap. Think like the Striders from Lord of the Rings, but ghost eating and badasses. Like
When you said
badasses.
When you said Strider, I was seduced instantaneously. So I'm going to be one of these Severosi dudes, and I see one of the backgrounds like Underworld. Does that just mean like?
Yeah. So for that, like Underworld just means like you're a criminal. Like that's what you grew up doing. You could be a noble, for example, and say that maybe you were a Severosi noble, but you have eventually made it to Duskfall, which is the city that all of Blades in the Dark basically takes place in. It's a large criminal city. Think of it as one of those like a gilded city. There's tons of guilds and criminal organizations, and even the organizations that are supposed to police the criminal element have criminal elements to them. So what is referred to as the Bluecoats, the police, are just as bad as a gang, and they function very similar to that. Your merchant guilds and things like that, they are criminals, and that's pretty much how the whole city works.
I will go with a Severosi Underworld dude.
Okay.
I have no idea what trade shit I think will fit with this, so I'll work on that.
Well, let me go through the list, and then once you guys have an idea, I can help you out. For Underworld, you can pretty much take anything on the list, and it would make sense. But stuff in the prowess category would probably make the most sense. That's where your like really roguely skills come from. As a Severosi, probably stuff inside the let me pull this up here real quick.
I'll say probably either Insight or Resolve. Because
Resolve would be good. Prowess would even be good. Really, like Hunt from Insight would be good. Yeah, pretty much. I would say that for the most part, your Insight and Resolve skills would be good. Finesse is pretty much how you avoid things, and you kind of defend while you're in combat, whereas Skirmish is actually the combat.
I'm gonna go with one in Consort because Severosi, and for Underworld, I'm gonna go on one in Survey because I figure watching Ghosts and everything, by trying to be in the Underworld, you gotta really survey and understand what's going on around you. So
yeah. Hunt is interesting because it governs your ranged combat skills, and it also governs tracking. So that might be another good option for you.
All right. I'll think between Hunt and Survey.
Okay. Aruvia is the next area. It's golden deserts. People say that some positions of power are openly held by demons in Aruvia. They're generally amber-skinned and dark-haired. The Dagger Isles are tropical and jungle. People live there without lightning barriers. How do they manage that? Generally copper-skinned and dark-haired. Skovlanders are cold mountainous area, the last holdout from Imperial control. The War of Scoville Unity ended a few years ago. Generally pale-skinned and fair-haired or red-haired. The Scovians, Skovlanders, they've kind of described them as pretty much kind of like Vikings that also hate and kill ghosts, because that's kind of the major theme around here. Tycherosi is the people that have the demon blood, the tiefling likes. They're kind of sometimes really referred to as the strangers. If you play one, you talk about what kind of demonic features you have. Like pretty much every Tycherosi has a telltale sign, like having talons, shark eyes, sharp teeth, things like that. Does your shadow move without your body necessarily doing the same movement? That sort of thing. So does anybody have anything else that they'd like to know? If you want to be from Duskfall, Akaros is the area.
I feel like Tycherosi makes the most sense for me.
Okay. These are purely...
Definitely with the shadow thing.
Yeah, I was going to say, keep in mind, these are purely fictional choices. They're not necessarily like, if you're Tycherosi, you're going to be a better whisper or anything like that. But if you're Tycherosi and you're a Whisper, that's probably a common family trade, just because fictionally they deal with demons regularly.
I've gone for Akarosian.
Okay.
And my background, I've chosen a trader watchmaker from Wintercliff.
Okay. So just suggestions for Akarosi. I would say pretty much anything in the prowess or the insight trees would be best. For your watchmaker background, I would probably say Tinker is probably going to be the best one.
I was looking at Tinker when I did that. And I chose Study as my other one.
Perfect. And then for Tycherosi, let's see. It's most likely going to be in the Resolve group, especially Attune. I think
For me,
I was going to say you can only have 2 points in anything. Just keep that in mind. Study would probably be pretty good. Possibly Hunt, depending on what your relationship is with the demons of Tycherosi. Like if you came to Duskfall to escape, maybe you pissed somebody off, and maybe Hunt was part of that. It kind of depends on how you want to take it and how you want the narrative to be around your character. As far as for a background, what were you thinking?
I like the idea of having Study under a witch
Okay.
for Wester. Perhaps stealing those secrets and running away because of the Strange Friends category. I kind of want the witch to be my not so friendly ally.
Okay. Yeah. So maybe an academic background.
That's what I'm thinking.
Okay. I think Study would probably be best on that one. And then you can figure out how you want to spend your Tycherosi one as well. For Nathaniel, are you still with us? I see you shut his camera off. That's why I just want to check.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay,
I have
perfect.
a couple things going on. So, yeah, I'm not really seeing. I don't know. It's kind of open on that.
Yeah,
as
it
far as
is
the,
very open, and we can pretty much make decisions about what these things necessarily mean to us in our game as we go.
Then let me
So
get back
if you look at it and you're like, man, the Dagger Isles just sound cool, then go for it. It's no big deal.
Yeah. Actually, I think it's the Skovlan.
Skovlan, that's the island itself. That's kind of where your kind of Nordic Viking type people come from, to give you kind of an idea of what your heritage would look like.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I'd be looking at more like a background, like a military type kind of background.
Okay. So I think for that, as a Skovlander, you'd probably have some stuff in insight, mainly like hunting, survey, tinker, study, those sorts of things that would be kind of surviving out there. You also have an experience as a military member. Maybe you fought the Imperium at one point in your life, and probably stuff in prowess would make the most sense for that.
Okay. So I just need to put a point into one of those.
You'll put a point into one of them for your heritage and one for your background.
Okay. One for the background. Okay.
At least if I'm reading this correct. Let me double check that real quick here. Oh, I'm sorry. You would pick one dot, not one for each.
Okay.
So if I've led anybody astray on your characters, please fix that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's 1 dot for your heritage, 1 dot for your background.
And then you get 2 more dots when that's all done.
Yes. I'm sorry. I'm combining steps 3 and 4 right now on you guys. So yeah.
It's okay. I've left myself largely unchanged.
And then once you've assigned those 2 dots, you get basically free dots, 2 of them to assign to anything you want. But keep in mind that nothing can begin with a rating higher than 2. After character creation, it may advance up to 3 when you unlock Mastery Advance for your crew, which will allow you to go up to a rating of 4.
Okay.
All right, so I put my free dots. I put another one in the consort, and then I put one into Attune.
Okay.
I put 1 into Sway and 1 into Skirmish.
Okay.
I'll take that back. That's 2 into Attune. For some reason, I thought consort did Attune stuff. It's not.
And that's kind of the cool thing is Attune is a skill, so you don't have to be a whisper to be able to do Attune things. So as a leech, you can sit there and be like, oh, I want to play with ghosts. What do I need to do so that I can cast a spell to do this? And that's going to come down to Attune. You could say, hey, I want to use Attune to maybe like extend a ghostly hand to manipulate a lever or something like that. And if you wanted to, when you get a class book advancement, you could actually take stuff from another book. Like, let's say that you want to control ghosts like the Whisper does. You could take that ability from the playbook and add it to your own.
Okay.
Chris, with the command skill. Oh, I'm sorry. You go.
Yeah, I was just curious. So from the actual like spider, I would automatically get 1 point for study and 2 in consort.
Correct. The dots that when you look at the character sheet that are already filled in, those are already there. You're adding dots beyond what the character comes with.
Sounds good.
Would command be necessary to compel the ghosts I summon?
No,
or is that
is more for commanding like your crew to do things. If you wanted to basically get obedience or force your personality on someone, intimidate or threaten them. That's how they describe command. You can also lead actions with your crew, with your crew's gang skills. So like, let's say if you guys were a group of assassins and you wanted your gang to carry out an assassination that distracted people from the real assassination that you're on, that would be a command check. Once everybody has their skill points assigned, please let me know. If you have questions about what the actions mean, they are listed in the character creation handout, which you all should be able to access as well.
So from Tychronosi, I took consort because I like the idea of making really precarious deals with devils.
Yeah, and that would probably make sense as to how you got into Duskfall. Like you probably made deals to guarantee your safe entry into the city.
From Academic Witch's Apprentice, I have a dot in study, and then I put my free ones in survey and prowl.
Okay, perfect.
So I have no combat powers.
That's all right. You guys don't even have to be a combat associated gang. You could, depending on how you guys pick what you want to do, you may not necessarily see all that much combat. So it's not really a big deal. Eventually, because of you guys shaking and moving inside the city, somebody's going to bring combat to you. So it's something that you may want to consider in the future, but you don't have to start that way. I think that was Ben's signal that he's ready to go. Well,
It's something else. I'm ready to go, and you know, I bought at least 1 dot in a combat skill.
yeah, it definitely helps. I like the cutter, which is essentially the fighter of the classes.
Oh, one of his special abilities, nightmarish.
Yeah, I was gonna say, but some of the other playbooks I think would draw me before the cutter.
If I wasn't playing the lurk, I'd have actually cutter was my standby.
I really like the spider and the leech. Both of those are pretty cool.
Yeah, they're all really good, to be honest.
Yeah, they're really thematic. And one of my favorite parts is just like in Apocalypse World, you can take bits from other classes and apply them to yourself, so you can make yourself into something. Like if you wanted to be a cutter who has a little bit of a mastermind to him, you can take stuff from the spider, that sort of thing. So it looks like everybody's assigned their dots. Nathaniel, were you able to figure out where you wanted your dots as well? Because you were the only person I hadn't heard from just yet.
Yeah, I put one into hunt and then bumped my skirmish up to 2. So
perfect. Okay, so you have a list of items on your sheet that are at the top for everybody who's looking, and they look like they're typed in. Those are with you pretty much all the time. Those are special things that are for your class. Underneath that is a list of generic items. You can decide what your load is. You have access to all of this stuff all the time, basically. But when you go on a mission, you pick out what items you want to be in your load. So, for example, the Whisper has a fine lightning whip, which essentially we can describe what that looks like, but the way that the game's creator talked about it, he said he imagines it as like one of those animal control sticks with the little loop at the end that's like electroshocked. And that's kind of what that ghost wrestling device is, that sort of thing. You could have a knife, and when they say it's a knife, it's pretty much any knife you want. If you want it to be like just a small karambit, or if you wanted it to be this big, huge, nasty Bowie knife, it could be anything that you really picture and all that. So again, your fictional positioning is all up to you. The way that the loads break down is if you take a light load, you're faster, less conspicuous, and you blend in with normal citizens. Normal, you look like a scoundrel who's ready for a mission. And heavy, you're slower, and you look like an operative who is in full mission mode. Kind of a way to think about this is if you're light, you can pass as just a normal person. If you're normal, that means that you probably have some weapons that are exposed, and people can tell that you're going to get in some trouble, or at least you're looking to dissuade people from starting trouble with you. And then heavy is you're wearing battle armor and walking through the city. So kind of an idea on that. You guys may pick any items you want to start your load, or you can hold off on it until we figure out what the mission is and decide your load items from there. From there, what we're going to do is choose a close friend and a rival. Looking at your character sheets, there is a up arrow next to some of these friends that you have listed over to the right side. And then there's also a down arrow. We don't have a whole lot of information on these things other than their names, and we can define them as we go. For example, I know that Lewis just mentioned the witch, Quellen. He was looking at that as maybe being a rival for him. Is that correct?
Oh, yeah. I jacked a bunch of books from them.
So Quellen, well, really any of these names, you can take them to be any sex that you want or add any mysterious backgrounds or anything like that. So it sounds like Quellen, who is a witch, you've stolen secret material, like occult whispery type stuff. And that's pretty much how you two became rivals, that you were both after the same thing. And I don't think you stole it necessarily from Quellen directly, but like you were after the same target and maybe you got there first. And so Quellen feels like you stole it from whoever they are.
I feel like Quellen's the person that I apprenticed under.
Okay.
And
so maybe Quellen feels that you left your apprenticeship early, or you left in a bad manner, so he feels like you stole the information, like the knowledge of being a whisper.
And I like the idea of Quellen having just witches in general from Taikarosi being like ancient and transferring their spirit from body to body.
So perhaps
literally
Quellen
them.
I was going to say, so maybe Quellen is actually a vampire. It's a ghost that inhabits a body and just continues forward.
So Quellen doesn't use pronouns at all. Quellen is Quellen.
Okay.
This is like their 15th body.
I like that. And I'm going to use neutral pronouns, even though grammatically they're wrong. That makes a lot of sense for the idea of like a We Are Legion type of ghost teacher that you once had. How about a close friend? Do you have anybody on that list that stands out?
Either the possessor ghost, because I consort with ghosts a lot, or the demon, because I am from Tycherosi. I'm not sure which.
Okay. They're both interesting choices.
The possessor demon I like more, because since you have someone trying to possess you, you get a possessor demon in like your corner, like your anti-possession toolkit right there. Cool guy to have and kind of talk to sometimes, in case you get.
The possessor demon is because of your
possessor ghost.
Quellen, or sorry, possessor ghost. Your relationship with Quellen, and that we've defined Quellen as perhaps maybe more than just a witch. That Quellen may be a vampire that's basically inhabiting bodies through generations. The possessor ghost may be your friend because you're Quellen's rival. Because the possessor ghost wants to do exactly what Quellen is doing. Perfect. And let's go to the Hoodoo Man. Is there anybody that stands out for you?
Yeah, so I'm looking at two, so one for each. For the close friend, I'm thinking Stasia, an apothecary. A Hoodoo Man is basically like a root doctor. So I was like, okay, so apothecary makes sense to basically be his plug. And then to develop it more, she sees him as kind of like a mentor figure as well, though from him it's more unwilling. And I feel like they have like a brief romance there, but it's like nothing like serious or anything like that. So whereas we have the supernatural Whisper with all those crazy mumbo jumbo with possessor demons, the Hoodoo Man just basically has his love interests and people who want to be like him that he doesn't want to be like him and everything. So I'm going with a more realistic, normal route for him. And then for his rival, it's going to be Melissa, a priestess, who basically she looks down on everything the Hoodoo Man does and sees his talent as a waste because he does things in the underworld and he does criminal acts and all that instead of actually helping people and everything. So,
okay. Are you keeping the priestess as a female?
Yes, they're both going to be female.
And next, it looks like Cop Kess.
Yeah, I've decided that essentially my foe is a beggar, former love interest of mine, Telda. He is basically somebody. My character's a little bit of a player, or has been a bit of a player. And, well, let's just say the breakup wasn't exactly ideal.
Okay. And just because we haven't established it, the next thing that I do want to go over is your character's genders. Sexes, I should say, just so I'm aware as well, so that when I address you in game, it makes sense. Let's start with Kess. What is Kess?
I'm playing a guy.
Okay.
And whose preferred preference is yes. I have reflected this with my voice.
Fair enough. I'm not here to judge. I'd have a lot of judging in this game if I did.
A lot of judging. And conversely, my friend is a blue coat by the name of Darnett. She owes me. She owes me big time.
Okay.
I got her out of a jam with my particular set of skills.
Okay. Is that something you want to define now or explore later?
Explore later. That's fine by me.
Okay. So we'll keep that in mind, that the best way to describe your relationship with Dharma is she owes you one. Let's see here. And for, I believe the character's name's Archon?
Yeah. So as far as his friend or associate, he has what was the name? Asalia, who's an information broker. Basically, a spy in deals with information so that Archon can plan his work more tactfully. And as far as figure out what the Blue Coat Archivist is, but that was the one I picked as far as his enemy, Jaren. So apparently we crossed paths in a really rough way. He's probably looking to preserve some things, and I just came through and we demolished or destroyed whatever he was working on. So yeah, if we cross paths with him again, it's probably going to be a pretty rough thing.
Okay, so we've got Jaren, who's going to be a male, if I heard that correct. Is that right?
Yeah, it sounds male, and Salia sounds like it's a female. So
okay,
yeah,
that sounds great. I'm making a quick change to your character sheets. For some reason, when the character sheet comes up, it gives you 4 coins. I don't know that you start with 4 coins, so I'm emptying it out for now. Okay. Next, you choose your vice. The vice is one of my favorite things about this game. Essentially, when you are not doing crime, you are probably up to things that make you a terrible person just to begin with. And that's where vices come in. So for vices, you get to pick out which one sounds like it would be the best definition of who your character is in their free time. So an example of some of the vices are, let me find the list here, because it does not give the list. Huh. Vice purveyors. Here we go. Drinks and drugs is the first one, which can be found under stupor or pleasure. Those are what the actual vice names are. You can have faith, gambling. That is not what I was looking for. Where's the actual vice list? Here we go. Faith, gambling, luxury, obligation, pleasure, stupor, and weird. Weird is weird. It could be anything. So that's probably the most interesting one. It is most often things that deal with the occult. However, depending on how you want to take that occultness, that could also be faith. Like if you place your faith in ghosts and demons and such, that could be considered a faith aspect instead. Luxury, I think, is a really interesting one too. There is a game with Adam Coble who plays a character whose vice is luxury. And basically, he spends all of his ill-gotten gains on buying fancy clothes, which he immediately ruins by being a thug. So is there anybody that immediately just knows, hey, this is the vice I really want?
Faith is the one I'm going for.
Okay, faith.
So,
do you want to kind of explain that to me?
So the Hoodoo Man is addicted to the idea of that. Essentially, if he does all these things in his life and he lives how he wants to and everything, when he dies and he becomes a spirit, because eventually everybody dies, he'll essentially be like a baron in the spirit world, not like a demon, but someone like really like power and importance and everything. Mm-hmm. So he's addicted to the kind of power that comes with that idea and the religion of ascending and everything. Which is part of the reason why the priestess doesn't like him a lot and why they're kind of rivals, because she has the complete opposite view on what he should be doing and what you should be going for. And she thinks he's going to end up destroying himself, which he probably will end up doing.
Perfect. And when we get to the downtime phase, if you want to explore that faith a little bit more, like let's say that there are rituals that are associated with it, that's where we can develop those and talk about like, oh, you have a ritual that involves like casting chicken bones and divining your future or whatever the case may be. That could be narrated through your downtime. Looks like Lewis might be ready because he's unmuted.
I'm going with weird.
Okay. So what direction are you going for?
Speaks with the dead. Speaking with, learning from, and accepting the counsel of spirits.
Okay. So consorting with the dead is kind of the best way we can put that. Which Mornblade Gaming just brought up, he could see that some illegal shenanigans about to go down. Yes, consorting with the dead would be very illegal, just to give you an idea of even your vice is probably illegal, which is the case for most of you.
Treats them as guidance counselors.
Ben, do you have an idea of what you'd like to do?
Yeah, my character's pretty much pleasure, with like a kind of a focus around the rush. He's one of those people that basically he does some of this for fun. The rest of the stuff he does for fun, you probably don't want to ask about, but he does it anyway.
Yeah, and in that case, because your character is looking for a rush, I think of like your criminal professional world is a professional thing. Like you don't derive pleasure from something you've done so much, but perhaps maybe bungee jumping out of a bell tower would get you that rush you're looking for.
Yeah,
or something
that sort of
similar
thing.
to that.
Yeah, something like that.
Nathaniel, are you ready with your vice?
Yeah. My vice is gambling. And let's see if I put it up there right. Yeah. So he tends to find himself in kind of like the boxing ring, throwing just in the cage matches, just
Okay.
throwing down and beating people.
Does he participate in the fight clubs, or is that something he just bets on?
No. He participates in it. His gambling is more people betting on him than anything else. He just.
Yeah, but of course he's going to make his own bets on the side.
Yeah, he has his own ways of doing that. But yeah, so most of the time it's it's the cage matches and whatnot. And
okay, perfect. So the next part of picking out a vice is picking out who your purveyor is, your drug dealer, if you would. In the case of gambling, there's one called Grist, who is a boxing vice purveyor or a gambling purveyor of boxing. And he's mainly in the docks area. So when you go have your fight club nights, you go down to the docks and you're probably boxing with sailors and stuff like that.
Right.
For pleasure, there's a couple ways you can go. There's a whole section. It's page 66, by the way, where you could pick just lovers, or you could look at things like bathhouses, smoke shops, the Golden Plum, which is kind of a ritzier club, if you would, and the Sparagon Theater, which is basically the Globe Theater for Duskfall. If you see something that stands out to you, let me know. And we had faith on here as well. There's a couple other faiths inside here. There is the Faith of the Weeping Lady, Temple of the Forgotten Gods, which are basically the occult giant evil gods and stuff like that. Oh, hey, we got friends in Brazil. Thank you, Fred. This is the first time we're playing Blades in the Dark, and I'm glad to see you coming in. I think this might be your first time in chat, so welcome. And I see Carol joined us as well, so welcome to everybody who's just joining. We're kind of knocking out character creation, and we're going to do a job as a bunch of scummy criminals in a really scummy town tonight. Let's see. For weird, you talked about consorting with the dead. Let's see if we can find anybody that stands out. Let's see. How about Salia, one of the reconciled, this ghost meets with clients often in different bodies, recognizing her as part of the test to getting what you need.
Yeah, I like her. I like the idea of cemeteries in the city anymore. Destroy all their bodies.
Yeah, they destroy the bodies, they burn them, or they electrocute them to dust is really what it is. And so there aren't any graveyards, but there are mausoleums where like the canisters of the dead are placed reverently, but that's pretty much it.
I like the idea that Salia knows where some of the graveyards used to be.
Yeah, there's definitely graveyards that like buildings have been built on top of and people forgot.
And so Salia will guide Wester to those places. where that still contain all the dead, all of the spirits. It's easier to access them there.
Perfect. And for Ben, did you find one that sounded good to you?
Yeah, I'm thinking it's Puck's Bowling, specifically the guy in the harping monkey. He's a bit of a dealer, a bit of a wheeler dealer, but it's often just as much. Occasionally, he'll just egg me on. Bet you can't do that sort of thing. Off I go.
Okay. Yeah. So maybe he's actually like a bartender, or he sells drugs on the side, but you go to him because he's the guy that eggs you into trouble. He's like your old schoolhouse buddy that just, you probably shouldn't be friends with him anymore, but you still are.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
He's the Patrick Swayze to my Keanu Reeves.
So under Vice, if you could put your Vice purveyor's name inside there as well, just so that I have it if I ever need to look it up. Okay. So that's pretty much everything. If you need a character name or anything, it sounds like you all have that done. There's under character creation a list of like names that you can pull from. There's aliases as well if you want to use an alias. And then think of a couple words to describe your character, or maybe like an item that stands out. For example, maybe your character wears a tricorn hat and suspenders. That could be a way that your character stands out descriptively. So from there, we pretty much have a good idea on what everyone's doing as far as their personals. We're going to talk about what kind of crew you want to be next. So for the list of crews, that starts on, here we go, 49. And a lot of these crews, their names make sense as to what they are. However, if you have any questions along the way, again, just feel free to ask. Assassins, which are pretty obvious, murderers for hire. Breakers are mercenaries, thugs, and killers. They are going to be, if you were to equivalent it, I would say that this is probably your most Shadowrun-like group there is. You're breaking in, you're acquiring assets, you're getting out. It may get messy, but you're prepared to tussle, that sort of thing. The cult, which I think might work well for this group, just as a suggestion, is acolytes of a deity. Basically, a god is guiding your greater purpose in life. And you're doing things to appease this god. And now that may be your character's personal goal if it's not the gang's goal. For example, the Hoodoo Man, I could see finding one of these ancient gods and trying to gain favor, but that may not be the whole group's goal. Hawkers are vice dealers. Think of basically drug dealers. If you wanted to play Breaking Bad, this is how you do it. Smugglers are exactly what they sound like. They're people who supply the illicit goods to the city. So while you may not be the people dealing the drugs, you may be delivering stuff from like the Deadlands to the city so the drugs can be made, or running things between the two different cities. Or something like that. Even smuggling people into the city, it doesn't really necessarily define that it has to be items. Shadows are thieves, spies, and saboteurs. These are the people that want to keep their actions quiet. This is kind of your traditional rogues guild. Any of those sound like something that jumps out to you guys as a good option? I think from what you guys seem to be interested in, probably something on the more subtle side. So I would think occult, assassins, or even shadows would be good options for
I
me.
was also looking at hawkers as a possibility, if anyone's interested in that.
That could be interesting.
Just because we have a Hoodoo Man, and then we have someone who could go steal stuff from people to kind of get more of the stuff that we kind of got to, sell and everything. We got the Face, the Spider, to manage the operation. And then we got our Whisper to get us unfair advantages on our hawking techniques, or whatever you want to call it, on our hawking game. So that's what I was thinking. If anyone has other ideas, that's fine. I'm really loose with it, so I don't really care. But that was just my idea.
Knockers was my number 2 choice, but I'm good with it.
Any other opinions?
Looking at smugglers, seeing as I think all of us are from outside the city. Are we all from outside the city?
I think so, actually.
Yeah. Suppose we could cool. We could do Ghost Passage too. That'd be pretty funny. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that
we become immune to possession.
That is actually something that people in the city want. As strange as it sounds, because ghosts are really, really bad for society to have around. There are people that want ghosts smuggled in, so that could be actually what you guys are smuggling. If you wanted to go that way, even.
I could dig it. Ghost Passage.
Yeah.
Which is really ironic since my people.
Mind that if, as we play, you guys figure out, oh, well, smuggling is good, but I think we want to be hawkers now. We don't want to just smuggle the ghosts in. We want to control the trade of ghosts. We want to decide who and where those ghosts go. That sort of thing. You can change your game later on, which is a possibility as the game plays along. Like I said, tonight is a one-shot. However, I may be running more one-shots, and whatever you guys kind of start with is what's going to kind of evolve how the games go, and you guys can always come back and play again.
I have a preference to Smugglers, because Smugglers looks really fun.
Yeah, we could do Smugglers.
Okay.
Ghost Passage looks pretty enjoyable.
And kind of fits with the direction we've all kind of, because it's more the subtle thing. It's not something that's out and out there.
I like the idea of all of us not being able to be possessed by this ghosts I'm going to summon.
Yeah,
definitely.
Some insulation from the horrible, horrible side effects of everything I do.
That kind of gives me an idea of what we're going to do for the gang. So there is a thing that says copy of gang. I'm going to switch that over, and the crew name for now, I'm just going to put Smugglers, unless you guys have a name that really stands out to you at the moment, in which case you guys can change it. You all have the ability to edit this.
So how does the special abilities part of it work?
So for the crew creation, what we do is we choose the type, and then we choose a special ability. So for the Smugglers, you have the special abilities listed the same way they would for your character sheets. Because I haven't made a Smuggler crew page. Yes, everybody's going to pick one, and it's a group decision.
Okay.
So for the group, if you want to look at the Smuggler page, that is 53.
Okay.
So this is kind of like a group choice as far as how you want to handle it. Something that could be kind of cool here is Ghost Passage. From harsh experience or occult ritual, all crew members have become immune to possession by spirits, but may choose to carry a second ghost as a passenger within their body. And that may be how you guys got your start. That's kind of going off of what you guys were talking about there. I think that might be kind of the best way to start you guys.
That's going to be hilarious.
There we go.
I very much feel like that is because of something that went very wrong with Wester's abilities.
Yeah, let's talk about that, because you guys came together. It's not like you haven't been a gang for a while. You've done some jobs. You've kind of become a little bit more known throughout the city, which is why you're about to get the job that you're about to get. But what went wrong that Ghost Passage became the defining trait of your gang?
Well, given we have Whisper, who has a bad idea of summoning random ghosts and demons, and then we have the Hoodoo Man who's like, yo, I can get rid of these ghosts and demons for you if you really need me to. I feel like that was the starting relationship that led to everything else.
Like maybe you guys were overconfident at the beginning, and things got a little out of control. It got a little hairy, and maybe you lost a few lives. And since then, you've taken precautions against such things.
The Hoodoo Man can attract them too, right?
Yeah.
You bring them, I bind them.
Yeah, pretty much. Hoodoo Man's like, yo, I'm just going to start getting all these ghosts over here, and you do some stuff, and then we get them into the city. And then we got Ben. Ben's like, yo, man, I'm a sneaky dude. I like to lurk around places.
It's not that you need somebody to bring down the barrier so you can actually bring the ghosts in.
Ben's the smart one. We're not the smart ones here. We just do all the ghost stuff. We let Ben and we let the Spider and Nathaniel. They do all the smart stuff.
I was going to say, you guys have a couple of things that help you out with smuggling. like for example, you have like a specialized boat that gets you through the sewers of Dustball from the lightning barrier and being able to pass through without your goods being tampered, that sort of thing. But one of the things that we need to think about is what is your reputation? The examples they give are ambitious, brutal, daring, honorable, professional, savvy, subtle, or strange. Basically, when your crew gains experience as you bolster your reputation, and you start with one of these reputations. As my suggestion, I would say that you guys would probably be something like maybe savvy, subtle, or strange, just based upon class.
I am seeing strange.
Just very strange.
Weird.
Just based on the makeup so far.
If somebody wants to open up the copy of the gang and add these things as we go through the list, I'm reading through the crew things or the crew creation, so I can't type at the same time.
Where is the copy of gang? I got it.
Underneath there, that should say reputation. You can just put strange there.
Do we got a name
Strange.
we want to do? Jason Strange. Gotcha. All right.
Okay.
What do we name? What do we want to name our gang? That's a good question.
You can choose that now if you want, or you can hold off for a little bit. There's from here, we're going to do is pick out upgrades. We get to mark 2 upgrade boxes. If you choose a cohort, you can create it by using procedure on the right, which is part of the crew creation. So the upgrades, if you, let's see, crew XP, crew upgrades. If you're looking at the smugglers page, you'll see them underneath the crew. It's kind of in the middle. It'll say crew upgrades. You'll see smugglers riggings, which allows you to carry 2 items, which are perfectly concealed. And those don't affect your overall loadout. So if you are carrying, let's say, 4 items, instead of having the standard loadout, you would look like you're a light loadout, for example. Camouflage, which means your vehicles are perfectly concealed. At rest, elite rovers, which rovers are not listed on here. Okay. A barge, which is for mobility. It's mobility for your lair. You are starting with a lair, which is a location that is like your headquarters, and we'll kind of describe that a little bit more as we go. And let me see if I can find.
I think we need to have camouflage like 100%. 100%, because we're very strange individuals with very strange goods that we need to hide very well.
Okay.
I'm sorry, where are you guys seeing
Did
these?
you find the elite rovers?
So if you go to page 53, which is the smuggler page, you see at the bottom of the smuggler box, crew upgrades. So the smuggler's rigging, where you can,
see.
yeah. So camouflage, because we picked 2. So one we definitely need is camouflage. I'm open for the other.
Well, it doesn't. It just conceals our vehicles, not us.
Well, that's what I'm saying, because we have, I mean, I imagine if we have ghosts in our vehicles, the ghosts could be doing weird shit. Can have like ectoplasm like leaking out the wheels or something. So, but we should be able to disguise that pretty well.
I definitely like smugglers rigging.
Yeah, I was looking at that too.
Okay.
All right.
That's probably good, because if you ever get stopped by bluecoats, you can kind of hide your stuff a little bit better on you, and they won't notice that like you're carrying a lightning whip or something crazy like that on you.
All right, there we go. All right, so we got camouflage and smuggler's rigging.
Okay. And let me just take a look here. All right, so you've got those 2 upgrades done. Next, we will choose a favorite contact. Basically, you begin with all of your personal contacts, and you mark one that's a close friend or longtime partner in crime. Let's take a look here. So on the smugglers list, there's Ellen, the dock worker, Roland, the drug dealer, Sarah, the arms dealer. The next one, which I think is the most obvious choice, Nellie, the spirit trafficker. Decker, the anarchist, and SME, the tavern owner. I think
Naeli is the obvious choice.
Yeah, we need our beautiful spirit trafficker. And I was looking at the rest, and I feel like Deck would be pretty cool to have an anarchist helping us out.
These are all your friends, but Nelly is essentially the one that when stuff goes down, Nelly's going to have your back because you've got the best relationship with them.
So I give her the green box, yes?
Yeah.
Yep.
The spirit trafficker.
And next we think about the crew name and the layer details. If you guys have a crew name, you can come up with it. If you want to put it off for now, you can. It looks like Ben's got an idea.
Yeah, just it's like we just call each other the Valley.
The Valley. Welcome to the Valley, man. It's haunted over here, man.
It's also because we are literally acting as a transport for.
Yeah.
It has like so many meanings.
I was thinking like the biblical sense, like here I walk in the valley of death.
Oh,
that's where I drew it from. I could
just start saying out the really like metal badass biblical quotes like we will melt mountains with your blood, and people are like, why are you saying this to me? I don't know, dude. It sounded cool.
That's where I got it from.
Your lair. I think to talk about your lair, we need to talk about how you guys go about stuff. Oh, by the way, Mournblade came up with the Pine Box Consignment as
Pine Box
as a name for the smugglers of dead. That's too good, man.
The Pine Box Consignment.
For your lair, I think we need to talk about how you conduct these crimes typically. When you typically go and smuggle a ghost or some sort of other arcane outside element to the city, how do you guys normally do it? Do you take it through like the sewers, or do you go across like the main waterways? Do you take a land route?
Well, what does smuggling a ghost even mean in the first place? We have to define that too. Like, are we just like gathering ghosts and binding them to objects and bringing them in the city?
What you guys are actually doing is, with your ability, it allows you to bind a ghost to yourself. Mm-hmm. So you can basically, each one of you can bind a single ghost to you. So when you go out, you could bring up to 4 of them back if you wanted to.
I'm just wondering how they would check us for that. Here, let me frisk you for your extra body there.
The only way that you could really be checked is if perhaps maybe the Bluecoats were using a whisper to try and find out. And if you guys kept it quiet enough, you probably won't gain like the heat that the cops would be sending out whispers to go patrol the sewers for somebody smuggling ghosts inside the city, that sort of thing. You absolutely could. In the most traditional sense, ghosts bind to bodies. So they can bind to you, and because of your ability, they won't cause you harm unless you decide to bind more than one ghost, because your ability protects you from one ghost. However, if you wanted to, let's say, have the leech and the whisper work together to create a Ghostbusters-style box that you could throw out and it sucks up like a ghost inside for transport, that could be a long-term project that you guys could work on in-game.
I would say we probably just take the barge and we do half of our transport comes in by the waterways. We need a place to store our goods anyway, and that would just be ideal. We could move that just about anywhere.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Well,
go ahead.
What would we be giving up though? Because that's one of our crew upgrades, the barge.
Yeah, we could give up the camouflage. If we have a barge, I mean, it's a boat. We can move it anywhere. So,
yeah, the barge, it would function as your lair, and it's movable. The good part about that though is, if the cops are onto you and you guys normally put your barge, let's say over in Silk Shore area of the city, and you decide, oh man, the cops are getting onto us, let's move a little bit towards Crow's Foot instead, you could move your barge, and that may keep the cops off you for a little while.
Now, there's guns and there's like robots and everything. I imagine there's like steamboats and all that stuff. Oh, no.
There's not really robots, but there are guns and there are steamboats.
Okay. So can our barge be a steamboat?
Sure.
Dope.
And the question I
Can
have,
it be named the Pine Box?
Yes, it will be
Pine
named
Box?
the Pine Box.
Okay. So your lair is a steamboat. Is it a new steamboat, or is it kind of like just a run-of-the-mill, pretty average-looking, kind of worn steamboat, or is this thing just, I don't know how it floats, hope and a prayer and maybe some duct tape?
I'm thinking maybe the second.
It actually looks like a pine box, you know. It's got really long, and right where the apex of the thing
Guys,
is.
we're not trying to attract more attention.
Yeah, we
It's
can't.
not-
It'll be
Come on.
like a floating coffin that we're sailing on.
Kind of
People will
average,
look
but
at
I
us
do like
weird.
the idea of it maybe having like some character features, like maybe where the observation part of the ship is, there's some wood paneling that looks pine.
Also, idea since we're doing like a steamboat with like it has like rooms in it and everything. I feel like so I attract the ghosts, and then the whisperer binds each ghost to another room. So that way, basically, like our crews / passengers are all basically the ghosts, and that's how we transport them. If that makes sense.
Right.
Where
I
every
feel like
room
it's
is another
definitely a
ghost.
possessed boat.
Yeah. Oh, this is a possessed boat. The boat is haunted
It's a
as fuck.
super possessed boat.
No one gets on the boat because they will die from being on the boat because we just bind ghosts to all the rooms.
And there's certain
It is a
things that you
ghost
guys
ship.
have to do to be able to prevent the ghost from being destroyed when you go through. So you probably have like some rigging that's on the side of this boat, like kind of makes a Faraday cage around you so that the lightning, when you go through the barriers, doesn't destroy the ghosts as you're going through.
That's our tinkerer over there. He's
Yeah,
rigged
I got
this.
tinkering over here, so I'll make some roots up. I'll get some fucking mistletoe and whatnot and hang it around, and that'll help us out.
He'll be there with the strange carvings on the walls.
Yeah.
Your tier is going to start at 0. You're going to have a weak hold, and your reputation is also 0.
All right. So I don't mark any boxes then. Yes. Correct.
Your crew starts with 2 coins. Basically, you guys have scrounged up enough money to buy the boat and get the crew started, and you have 2 coin left. The best way to describe coin is an abstract value of money that's roughly equivalent to a briefcase full of cash. It's done abstractly so that you don't have to worry about it. If I tell you, hey, that'll cost you a coin to do that, that's basically what you're thinking about. Is because the criminal element is so lush in Duskfall, you guys are pretty easy to give away your money and trade things. Okay, and then we get to assign faction status ticks. Basically, each player is going to pick a positive tick and a negative tick to give to any tier 1 and tier 2 faction to represent your past interactions. Then the group assigns 1 positive and negative tick to a tier 3 and say why you have a good or bad status with those factions. So these 1 to 2s that you're picking out, those are personal stories, but the group picks out who the 3 is. So let's see here. Let me find it. Factions of Duskfall. If you click on that inside the Roll20, it'll pull up the list here, and you can pick by name. If you want more information, they are listed inside the book or actually in the Roll20 page, Factions of Duskfall 2. That has a list of what those actual groups mean and what they represent. But they're broken into different categories, as you can see: criminal underworld, city institutions, labor and trade, faith and weirdness, citizenry, and others. So for this, what we would do is we would think about who has what with what groups. Let's kind of start with, I'll say Marquise, because Marquise is pretty good for shooting from the hip. Is there anybody that stands out as somebody that you would have pissed off or made friends with?
So I'm looking for a faith one that I piss off for the priestess to belong to. We're looking at the factions area, right?
Yes.
Okay. So let me just look here real quick. All right, this one works. Spirit wardens, I'd imagine. Would that work?
Spirit wardens, yeah. Spirit wardens are tier 3, however, so that would be
too high. All right,
and that actually would be a really great group choice, because spirit wardens are essentially the people who go down and track down rogue ghosts. So it would make sense that you guys angered them as a group.
But they're tier 3, so we can't do them. Yes, so we can do them.
You would do it as a group. You need to pick out a tier 1 or tier 2 that you personally have had relationship issues with in the past.
Tier 1, blah blah blah. Nope, not that one. Nope,
To give
not
you an
that one.
idea, tier 1, if you go -1, that means the group is upset with you, but they're not necessarily going to go out and hunt you down. Tier 2 is they're going to start or -2 status means that they're going to start hunting you, and -3 means all-out war, that they are going to come after you, and you stand a chance of losing everything. When we start the game, we're not going to start with anybody above a status of -2.
All right, that makes sense.
Or +2, because +2 is basically the mirror of that. They will help you a little bit, but they don't go out of their way. They're friends, and they expect the same out of you, and then they will do everything for you.
So for the ones that I'm going for then that we have definitely pissed off, I'm going to go with the Dimmer Sisters. Housebound recluses with an occult reputation. They have allies of the Forgotten Gods and the Foundation. They're enemies of the Spirit Warden, so that technically we should have been allies, but the Hoodoo Man kind of burned that bridge. So
okay. Let's take a look here. So the Dwemer Sisters, we're going to have -1. If you could throw that in the chat, because I should have made this a map so that I can mark on it, but
yeah, I did not. Just want to go ahead and add the faction to the thing.
Yeah. Put Dimmer Sisters -1, because I'm about to add this as a map so that I can actually edit this.
So I'm guessing, because it doesn't tell me where, so I'm guessing this is dominate the spirit traits. So just assume it's faith and weirdness.
I'm sorry, say that again for me.
Because it doesn't say in the book, in the criminal underworld section, like what kind of thing it is.
They are under the underworld section.
Underworld section, gotcha.
Yeah, the Dwemer Sisters basically do something very similar to what you do. They traffic occult things.
All right. Oh, that's different rivals then. Gotcha.
Okay, how about an ally?
And let's see what we got here. Go back to the thing real quick. So looking at how Ben is kind of like this really shady dude. I don't want to do 2 in criminal underworld though, but that's kind of like the artist section I'm in. So just shooting from the hip, I'm thinking about the race. I'm a serious crew of masked thieves and spies. I feel like those would be someone that Ben maybe could have associated with. And so the Hoodoo Man was like, yo, get me in contact with them because we can use them to help us get stuff in here to assist our ghostly trade.
It's more about your personal connection. Ben will have...
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, because the Hoodoo Man actually made the connection, but I guess he went through,
So maybe Ben's character was the initial connection between...
Yeah, Ben's character opened the door, and the Hoodoo Man was like, yo, and he went and he shook the hands with the dudes, and he made the actual alliance.
Okay.
Yeah, and they also help him get like the illegal herbs and everything he needs to make his different alchemicals and all that stuff.
Okay, yeah, I can dig that.
All right, so I'm dead.
So let's see. Once we get done, I'll fill out the actual faction sheet. And turn off the grid again. Okay, so go ahead and put that inside the chat as a +1 as well. And Ben, I think you will be next since you kind of helped out the Hoodoo Man with his positive relationship. And that was with, which one was it?
The race.
The race. Okay.
Sorry, I'm looking at things and all the interesting ideas I have come out at really high tiers.
Yeah, they really can. Those high tier ones are your top level criminals inside the city.
Yeah, that's why I was like, yeah, maybe not then.
But I mean, keep in mind, as a group, you can argue for one of those if it's a tier 3 for the group. Like, as much as starting with a negative with the Spirit Wardens would be logical, starting with a positive with Spirit Wardens would also be pretty logical for you guys.
There's also the Reconciled, which is a tier 3, which is also right up the Spirit Alley there too. So
Where are they? Okay, maybe not. I'm gonna say, that we've run afoul of the Grey Cloaks due to something I did. I probably had borrowed something from them I shouldn't have.
Is it the Grey Cloaks? Okay.
Yeah, the Grey Cloaks.
Yeah, and the Grey Cloaks, they're described as an honorable crew of daring bravos.
And I'm a sneaky.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think of
son
them
of a bitch.
as kind of like a almost like a vigilante group.
Yeah, I've probably run afoul of them.
Okay. How about an ally?
I'm thinking the citizens of Crow's Foot.
Okay. So what did you do to gain the admiration of the citizens as a total?
I'm going to link these together. Okay, so the Grey Cloaks are a well-known band of vigilantes. Crow's Foot is not necessarily the nicest neighborhood. The reason I am specifically not liked, and the gang therefore is not liked by them, is I got caught basically stealing something, and they decided to come after me. I then turned pretty much through sneakiness, outright. Essentially, I basically concocted a one-night shadow war against a couple of the Blackfoots in Crow's Foot. At which point, Crow's Foot were like, "No, we got to admire the balls on this guy. This is pretty good." Essentially, made a bit of a mockery of them in a
Crow's Foot is one of the more criminal dense areas of the city. So
yeah.
gaining familiarity and fame from the Crow's Foot citizens over basically crime makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, basically to making vigilantes look like idiots.
Okay. And how about you, Lewis?
I think the canal dockers.
Okay.
Relationship with Wester.
I'm sorry, you said a positive or negative for the canal doctors?
I think she some ghosts that were positive.
Okay.
She removed a group of spirits that were causing some issues there with help from and relocated them to a safer, less obvious place. And see us as helpful.
Okay.
And also we totally moved some stuff that shouldn't have been moved.
They've probably covered for you and kind of warned you when the cops are coming so that you can move this new barge that you've gotten before.
Ciphers.
And how about
I'm looking to see what they are.
So we've already got one tied to Crow's Foot, right?
Yes.
Okay. Because that one ties really well into my.
You can absolutely bump it up again because it can go to a +2 or a -2.
Yeah.
And if you guys want to counter each other and say that, maybe the Hoodoo Man got a good relationship with the Wraiths, but, Lewis's character might have screwed that up and dropped you back to 0.
Well, I'm going to go with a positive with the Crows, and then I'm going to go with a -1 with the Railjacks.
Okay.
I think the Railjacks are 2. Yeah.
Let's see. Railjacks are also a 2.
So is it 1 and a 2. Did I misunderstand that there?
Nope, you're fine. The railjacks are a valid choice.
Right. So in the first attempt that he made to get across the into the Imperium, he was actually on a train with the with the spirit, and something happened when he crossed the barrier, and it triggered mass havoc on the railway. So he tends to tends to stay away from the railways as much as possible, unless he absolutely has to get on it. So
Okay. And Lewis, I need a negative faction from you.
I think the Dimmer sisters hate Wester as well.
Okay.
Push us closer to war.
Yo, bro, we fucked up with these sisters.
Yeah, they really don't like us.
So
She caused
yeah,
horrible havoc at one point.
that's going to present some interesting situations because you have the citizens of Crow's Foot, who are very willing to help you out. And then you also have the Dwemer sisters, who are going out of their way to create problems for you now. Because between your loose fingers and peeping eyes, you've managed to piss them off enough. Let's see
Ghost
here.
fun.
Let's see if we have anything left on crew creation. Let's see.
We need to pick. We need to
the
pick tier 3s.
Yes, as a group. So I know that a couple of you listed some different tier 3s. We mentioned the Spirit Wardens, and then we also talked about
the Reconciled.
the Reconciled.
I like the Reconciled as being our plus.
The Reconciled are an association of spirits who have not gone feral with the passage of time.
I like that. That's
My
pretty cool.
my Vice Purveyor is one of them.
That works.
Okay, so we'll
Saya.
say a positive with the Reconciled.
And then
The
a
ghosties
negative,
like us.
a negative with the Spirit Wardens.
The cops that patrol for ghosts.
Yeah, they don't like us.
Give you a full one. The Spirit Wardens are the bronze-masked hunters who capture and destroy rogue spirits, also run Bellwether Crematorium, and research artifacts scavenged in the Deathlands. Membership is secret.
Imagine they come for us because we have so much. This is a strong connection with manipulating and summoning ghosts into the city. That's the exact opposite of what the Spirit Wardens want. So
The Spirit Wardens are tricky. They're kind of like a crazy occult group that wants to hunt the ghosts, but they also research occult items. So you've probably had a negative interaction with them, but at the same time, you've done things that they probably wouldn't necessarily disagree with either. Maybe smuggling in an artifact or something.
The thing is, since they destroyed the ghosts themselves, I feel like they would want our secrets of how we manipulate the ghosts, and then they would want to kill us because of our intentions.
That's probably where they're at right now. You're on their radar.
Mm-hmm. And also because we have Ben, who is like anti-vigilante, and the Spirit Wardens are basically ghost spiritual vigilantes. So,
but they are
Ghostbusters.
Yeah.
Sanctioned Ghostbusters.
Yep. They are the official Ghostbusters of Duskwall. So that is the
We're over
character
here being anti-Ghostbusters.
That is the characters in the crew of the Pine Box, and you guys are the crew of the Valley. We've talked about who each of you are. What I would like to do now, because we are pretty much at our halfway point-ish area, is take a break now, and then we'll come back and we'll jump right into the score and talk about how you guys are going to really change the world around you. So 5 minutes, if you would.
Go.
Zing.
All right. So the drink of the evening is Iceman by Angry Orchard.
I wish I had a drink of the evening other than my water and my academic services water bottle.
The appropriate location for it.
Yep. What you got there, Louis?
Kroger brand pink
Hmm.
Kool-Aid.
So I do have to make a correction. The flashback stress, I can technically make it as expensive as I want it to be, but the idea is 0 is something that would be normal, 1 is a complex action or unlikely opportunity, and 2 or more would be an elaborate action which involves several special opportunities and contingencies.
It sounds a lot
How
like
does
Leverage,
special
but
armor
with
work?
Ghost.
Exactly. It's kind of like Leverage, where they do the flashback scene and they're like, oh yeah, we totally planned for that.
All right, man.
How does special armor work?
As we play the game, I'll kind of go through the description of how the rules work, because some of these rules we'll discover as we go. Like, there's the idea of consequences. If you roll poorly, you'll get consequences involved in that, and that those consequences can either be accepted by you or rejected. And if you reject them, you can take stress. Stress is kind of like a temporary health track. But if you fill up the stress track, you'll get traumas, which will be long-lasting lifetime traumas. Think Darkest Dungeon. That kind of mechanic is there. Once you get 4 traumas, you're considered no longer good for the business, and you are into forced retirement. Excuse me. And then there's also your health track, which functions a little bit like the Fate health system, where basically I tell you, oh, you've got a broken arm, and that's 2 harm. So you put it in the level 2 harm slot.
So it'll be possible, like the 1-on-1 shot, where like you had everyone start as like vampires or ghosts or something, or was that just not feasible without editing the rules?
You can. Since those are advanced playbooks, I didn't want to start that way.
Yeah, which I understand. I was just wondering, because when I run this in the future, I'm thinking about different ways I want to run it. So
yeah. So let's just kind of talk about what the goals of the game are real quick, and then we'll kind of get into stuff. The goals for the GM are to play to find out what happens, bring Dustfall to life, and convey the world honestly. And that's basically how I'm going to play the game with you guys. There's a couple principles inside here. Basically, jamming works a lot like it does for Dungeon World. It's your guys' show. I'm just here to provide the framework for you guys to make decisions with and hopefully create an element of drama. So let's kind of talk about the Pine Box. It's been traveling around, and you guys have kind of made a home for yourselves in the Crow's Foot area. I'm about to ping the map pretty much right here. And you've met some different people and done some different jobs. Most of your smuggling has been pretty light so far. What got you guys the money to really start the gang and actually buy a ship was when you guys left town through kind of the sewer system and got your first ghost for a client. It's been a couple months since then, but it paid off so well that you were able to buy the boat and have a little bit of money to put inside your vault, which is that 2 coin that you started with for the gang. It's been a little while now, and you guys have indulged vices, but you're getting a little bored. It's time to find a new job. And I believe, Nathaniel, you're the spider, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I think that that you're probably going to be the person that finds this next job. Do me a solid here. Looking at your character sheet, if you were to, let's see, do consort to be able to kind of find the quality of job, because I've got a couple different jobs lined up here for you guys, and that'll let me know pretty much which one you end up with.
All right, so I need to.
So what you'll do is when you open up your character sheet, click on the consort word. It'll show red right before you click on it, and then once you do, inside the chat, it'll show the results. Your position is going to be determined by you. Do you want to go about this risky and try and throw it all out there and get like put everything on the line because you desperately need a job, or do you want to do it controlled where you're really reserved about it, or are you okay with being risky? The one thing that I would say about being desperate about it is you'll get a point of experience for it, but if you fail, you might draw unwanted attention to yourself.
Yeah, in this aspect, he's a bit more controlled.
Okay. And your effect is going to be standard on this one.
Okay. And
next, it'll ask you about bonus dice. This is an important aspect about the game in general. There's a couple ways to gain bonus dice. You can push yourself, which is going to give you 2 stress, which will mark on that stress tracker that you have there.
Right.
Or you can have a devil's bargain, which I basically give you a choice to make.
Mm-hmm.
So, for example, for this one, by the way, a devil's bargain can be brought up by players. So if you think of something that sounds better than what I'm saying, then you come up with it. So for my devil's bargain that I would give you is going out and asking about jobs. Because you're talking about the occult, you're going to draw a little bit of unwanted attention. Not enough to get you in trouble with somebody like the Dwimmer sisters or the Spirit Wardens, but enough to raise your heat. So if you go about it, it's going to give you a +1 heat on this job, which heat is basically the cops knowing about what you're doing.
Right. Let's see.
The stuff that is on your item sheet, if I could not figure out how to rework the italics, so you're gonna have to look at your actual character sheets because some of that stuff should be italicized, but it's not. If it's italicized, it does not count against your load, so you could just carry those. If it is italicized, then or if it is not italicized, it would count against your load, meaning those boxes are things that you'd want to click, and then you can pick out your load from there. What I would suggest is doing our loads once we figure out what the job is.
All right. Well, yeah, I probably gotta. So if I go with the bonus dice, then I need to take a stress, or we talk about a
So you can push yourself. Sorry, there is one other way to get a bonus die if someone is helping you. So inside the game, there is the idea of teamwork. If you guys check on your character sheet, there's a teamwork thing. You can assist a teammate, you can lead a group action, protect a teammate, or set up a teammate. That's pretty much how teamwork works. So if let's say Marquise,
would I get one for leading the team then?
So how leading the team works means that you're all going out together. You all roll together.
No, I don't know about that.
You take the best result.
Right.
But if anybody fails the test, you would take stress from them failing because you're covering for their disadvantages.
Right. I think we just take the stress for the risk of going around advertising about transporting ghosts.
So you want to go ahead and just push yourself instead?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
you can't push yourself and accept Devil's Bargain and accept Assistance. So all 3 of those are still options. Oh. So if you push yourself, you're going to get 1 bonus dice for that. Is anybody going to be assisting? That's a player choice.
What exactly is it that he's trying to do?
He's trying to find you a job. And how well he rolls on this job is going to kind of determine what job he's able to locate.
The Hoodoo Man will put on his gloves. He'll take his cigar. Let's go do this thing, man. And then he's going to go with him to help him find a job. So I will assist.
So you're kind of introducing him to some of the more occult elements of the city. So that's going to be 2 bonus dice. And did you decide if you wanted to take that Devil's Bargain of drawing some heat to the gang for this?
Yeah, we'll take the heat on that one too.
Okay. So that's going to be 3. Okay. So inside your bonus dice, you can put 3.
Oh, where'd it go?
And then select roll, and it should come up with the results.
All right. 3. And you said it was 2 stress, right? For the.
I'm sorry. Say that again for me.
It was 2 stress. I took 2 stress.
Correct. You're going to mark 2 of those little stress boxes.
Okay. All right. We're good. All right. Here we go.
Okay. And you decided to go controlled on this one, right? Perfect.
Right.
Okay, with a 6, that means that you are successful. What that's going to be is that you, in a normal situation, you would do it. There wouldn't be any hesitation. There wouldn't be any problems with it. You're not going to get any back flack from it other than what you accepted for the Devil's Bargain. So what you're able to find out is there is a merchant that has been kind of looking around for more occult items. And really, you are making your rounds and trying to find this merchant when you realize that it's not a merchant. It's a guy that you've had interactions with before. He's making it look like he's an art purveyor. He's going around collecting old paintings from before the lightning barriers and the ghost wall went up. Who he actually is Ruffalo, who's not Ruffalo, Lanic, who is an expert art forger. He's been going around looking for paintings that seem to be maybe associated with the Deadlands. He's most interested in paintings that have rumored to have come from that area. Lanic is kind of a skinny guy, about 5'3". He's pretty short, and he's got like this greasy mustache that he's always got just twirled up. And he always seems to smell of like hair cream when you come to him. Oh, boys. What can I do for you?
Not a, like, I got up there and I'm like, oh man, is this who I think it is? I'm like, what exactly is it that you want?
What I want? That could be pretty complicated. What my current employer wants is quite easy, and you and what did they call it? The Valley? You might be able to help. He kind of twirls his mustache. I'm looking for, and he looks around, realizing that there's too many people. He pulls you aside into what would be considered a more secluded alleyway. There's just tons of buildings inside Duskfall, so it's very alleyway centric. And he pulls you aside and he looks around for a moment and he says, I'm looking for a painting. It's believed to be haunted. There's a ship coming in on the Silk Shore side of town, and I need someone to quietly extract it. I've created a forgery, a great forgery. Replace that painting and bring me the original. If you do this for me, I could offer you 4 coin.
4 coin.
That's a pretty big score. Usually you get about 2 coin. 4 is quite a bit. But you've dealt with Lanic enough. You know that he's probably holding out on you.
Yeah. Our conversations had is like, I'm quite certain you're holding out some information. I said the price will double, or you'll give me the information I need.
He his like kind of like open smile that's missing a couple teeth because he's been in too many scraps kind of shuts up for a moment, and he twists his mustache, and you can tell that this is kind of his like not just playful twisting that he normally does, it's this like wrenching, like he's just trying to decide what to do and he's just not comfortable with the whole situation. Fine. There'll be trouble. But if you do your job right as smugglers, it shouldn't be real trouble for you. It's
spark rights are trouble.
Like as you kind of start to wave your hand to him, he goes, spark rights are in the area. That ship, in addition to the painting that I'm looking for, is carrying new goods for the spark rights from Takarosi. or excuse me, from Tigris.
Spark rates.
Yes, and I would not be surprised if you didn't have to deal with one of those demon children. Present company excluded, of course.
It's yeah, Archon's eyes kind of sparkle when you talk about demon children. He's like, and are you quite certain that 4 is the best you can do for this?
Go ahead and roll a sway for me.
Can I help him with it? And when I help him,
you absolutely can.
And I want to look to this man, Lanic, like, Majafaka Lanic, you always hold out more coin than you actually have. 6 coin. 6 coin, sparklights, and if there's more sparklights in there than you say there is, then we're going to come back and we're going to take 8 coin, huh?
So I'm assisting.
And the Sparkrights, they're a tier 3 with a firm hold, so they're a powerful faction. They're on the cusp of becoming a tier 4.
Okay, in that case, the Hoodoo Man thinks for a second, and then he says, no, not 6 coin, 8 coin. Sparklights and they're totally dangerous. Bad juju over there. I'm not playing with it for no 4 coin.
Okay, so that'll be a bonus die of 1. This is going to be a risky situation. Your effect is going to be standard. However, if you want to achieve a greater effect, you can choose to go for something a little bit higher. If you go higher, it's going to change what your standing is.
Right. And so is it?
I'm sorry.
The Hoodoo Man's assisting Archon, or is it Archon assisting the Hoodoo Man?
Archon will be making the sway roll.
Okay.
Hoodoo Man's assisting. If you go for 6, I would say that is a risky standard. If you go for 8, that's going to be a desperate and greater.
All right. And we're pulling, let's see, hold on. Okay. And so we got the bonus from the Hoodoo Man.
Mm-hmm.
And
for a devil's bargain on this one, let's take a look here.
So we've already drawn heat for getting this one going in the first place. So
yeah, the heat's already there. I think for this devil's bargain, you know, Lanic always works as an in-between. And you're not really sure who he's working for because he always keeps that under wraps. But for a devil's bargain, you may burn whoever he's working for. And that might cost you in the future.
Right. But we need to establish ourselves. So where do I mark the devil's bargain and stuff?
If you just take a devil's bargain in that bonus die section, you'll add 1. Right now you've got 1 from Lanic. So if you take the devil's bargain, that's going to be 2.
Right. Okay. So we'll take the devil's bargain
from the Hoodoo Man, not Lanic.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I was just wondering where we would record that. Is that just something that shows up in the notes?
I'm recording the devil's
bargain
you're recording.
Okay.
Could he push himself?
All right. So take the devil's bargain.
He can absolutely push himself again if he wants to.
This is only 1 shot. All right. So go for desperate. Great. And
so you're going to go risky and great?
No, we're going desperate and great.
Or sorry, desperate and great, rather. Okay.
Yeah, and we got a bonus die 3 that took the stress. And
okay, so you'll take the devil's bargain as well.
Yeah. Okay, 4, 3, and 3.
Perfect. So the 4 is your highest. That's the one you're going to take. With a 4, that is going to be on the desperate track. You do it, but there's a consequence.
All right.
It's going to be reduced effect, I think. Lanic kind of twists his mustache and he kind of mutters to himself and he says, look, I can only do 6. If I cut any lower than that, I cut out my own profits. And I need to make money on this job. I have bills to pay too.
Lanic, you're always causing problems, giving us hard jobs. You don't pay us enough. But for 6, I guess we take it. Yeah, Archon? Yeah, we take it?
Yeah.
And
We take it.
And this is exactly why I go to you guys. Ever so.
It's like Archon's like,
Yeah, Lanic, listen, I don't like you. I don't want to hear you talking. I don't want to hear you talking about how you like us. We just want the coin. You give us bad jobs. I don't like the jobs, but the only jobs out that pay well. So this isn't a friends. This is a compatriots, Lanic. Compatriots, maybe comrade. That's too nice, not comrade.
All right. If that's how you want to handle it, then fine. 6 coin, and I will meet you here in 2 days' time. Do you think that's enough?
3 days.
3? I can talk to my contact and make that happen for you as a courtesy. Well, you have some work ahead of you. Be mindful of the spark rights. And he kind of twists his mustache and turns away from you, and he walks away whistling like he has no cares in the world, which is probably the most annoying thing about Lanic, is Lanic just will put you in the line of danger every time so that he can profit.
Hoodoo Man doesn't like the guy. Every time he sees him, he thinks about poisoning the dude and just taking his money and leaving, but he knows he'll probably die to some crazy shit if he does that from his employer. So Hoodoo Man is going to look to Archon. He's going to shrug his shoulders, take a swig of rum, take a puff of his cigar, and he's going to leave and go find the rest of the valley because we got some planning to do.
Yeah. So yeah, Archon. I assume I got the. He said the location was in the Silk.
Yeah, he said the boat was actually coming into the Silk Shore area, which is a little bit nicer end of town than Crow's Foot, at least where you're at. Silk Shore is the Red Lamp District. It's an artist community, so it makes sense that the painting would be going there. But the docks to Silk Shore are to the north side. I'm about to ping them.
Right.
You know that's probably where they're coming in. With a little bit more digging, you guys are able to find that out. Essentially, we're going to go into what's considered the prep phase of the job.
Okay.
And we'll talk about what kind of plan you guys want to use and how you want to go about it. So let me roll on up to that section. One of Lanic's men will arrive to your boat with some paperwork, and he's falsified some documents so that you can dock in Silk Shore, and he's got you a location so that you know where it's going to be. That's already been taken care of by your initial roll.
Okay.
So for planning engagement, what it's going to do, what this is it's not like Shadowrun where you guys have to plan everything out and you basically execute. Instead, you guys pick out a type of plan, which lets me know how you generally plan to do this. And then we can work out the point of details or the details right away, just like one single detail. And then you guys go through with it. Or if you want to plan a little bit more, we can expand that time period, or you can just use flashbacks to go back and say, hey, we planned for that sort of thing. So Ben has suggested a stealth plan. The plans themselves start on page 16, so you can take a look at it. There is assault, which is do violence to a target. Deception, which is lure, trick, or manipulate. Stealth is trespass unseen, where you're not wanted. Occult is confront, exploit with supernatural power. Social is negotiate, bargain, or persuade. And transport is to move something from place to place. For example, inside this one, if you wanted to do transport, you could maybe try and get the ship before it pulls in and do a swap of product as the two boats pass, and then transport it that way.
Can we combine plans at all?
You absolutely can take a look and say, hey, let's do stealth as our main plan, and then our backup is going to be social or something like that.
So Hulu Man's idea is, I say we go in, we sneak around, we have a good man over here go and steal it, while me and the Whisper, we make some kind of fancy supernatural stuff to stop him, and they confuse him. So basically, he wants to use like a stealth plan, main thing, and then supernatural as the framing device for it, and the kind of like the seasoning to really sell the thing.
Okay. So
you're thinking of distracting the spark rights.
I'm thinking as a plan, it's more or less a cult, but you're going to focus on one of your allies' abilities inside that cult thing. So, I mean, it could be deception as well. I'm sorry.
What are you saying, Ben?
I'm thinking deception. Actually, I think Chris has hit the nail on the head. It may be an occult-based plan, but it's essentially the spark rights. Their whole thing is they maintain the lightning barriers. If one of those barriers either goes down or gets hit by enough ghosts they have to worry, they'll all go over there mob-handed, which frees up the area of
I like it.
Infiltration.
Because Hoodoo Man can wreck a scene with ghosts,
So the next thing is we have to decide the detail. So the detail is the method of deception, which you guys have pretty much already decided, which is to use a cult to deceive and possibly create an opportunity.
Wester looks across the table that we're at on our barge at the Hoodoo Man with a wry smile. You bring him, I bind him.
Oh, yes. I will perform a big ritual. I'm going to bring Lester, I'm going to bring Harry, I'm going to bring Billy, all the ghosts that we usually bring. And they're going to haunt the barrier and hit the barrier, and you bind them on the barrier, and then the people go and they fight them on the barrier. And you keep saying the word barrier over and over again, just with more verbs and prefacing the word barrier.
Okay. This is the point when you guys would choose your loadout. So thinking about things that you think would be useful for it, like if you wanted to have your spirit mask with you, which is a very illegal item, but it protects you from being possessed by spirits and that sort of thing. Putting it on allows you to see spirits in the area.
Italicized items, I think.
I think so too, but just to kind of give you an example.
So we have the smugglers thing, the thing that makes two of our items perfectly hidden.
Yes.
Does that mean if we have a normal load, we look like we have a light load?
Correct. So basically, you're going to get 2 items for free.
All right. So I'm going normal load, but it's going to look light. Do I just tell everyone what I'm taking, or
some of those items have 2 boxes near them? If they have 2 boxes, they take up 2 slots. So the lightning lure is a 2-box item that could be covered up as your smuggler's rigging.
All right.
So are we looking
let me know if you want to be light, medium, or heavy.
I'm light. I'm technically normal, but I'm light because of the concealing.
I'm going to do the same thing, and I'm going to say right now that I have armor.
Okay.
And it's one of my concealed things. She has runes painted onto her underneath her clothes that will protect her because magic.
Okay.
So are we thinking about splitting the group?
A little bit.
A couple of you to cause a distraction, and the other 2 of us to get our necessary item then?
Maybe one person to work on the extract.
Wait, so out of character, Whisper is your Whisper, Lewis. You can summon the demon, right? Like
Wester Templeton has the ability to compel. I can attune to the ghost field to force a nearby spirit to appear before me and obey a command I give it.
Okay.
It's stupid and it's really risky.
So my idea is that so this is an OOC idea, is that I'm the only one who's separated from everybody. I go and I make the big distraction because I wreck the scene with a bunch of ghosts at the lightning barrier. You compel spirits to go into the actual ship and I make a huge distraction on the opposite end of the ship where the painting is, while Ben goes and steals the painting. So that way, oh no, Ben's not liking it. Ben says it's a stupid idea.
It's not. I don't think it's a stupid idea. I like the idea of the distraction, but I don't want a distraction on the ship. I want nothing.
Nothing on the ship?
At all, because I want everybody looking that way.
Yeah, he wants nothing on the ship because it'll reduce the chance of people finding him, and you guys are swapping out the original with a forgery, so it's gotta look like the ship really wasn't hit.
All right.
Yeah, it's gotta look like.
If we
it's
do
gotta
that,
look like I was never there.
We could just have me and Lewis in separate areas by the lightning field, and we each have our ghosts basically fuck with the lightning field to draw everyone from the ship, because then this is two areas to go to, and that also reduces the risk of both of us as well.
Now, what else could we possibly need?
We need Archon.
We need someone to extract.
Well, we have Ben
we
to
need
extract. Ben's extracting, and then we have Archon for basically if we get fucked over. I feel like he's a mastermind. He's a spider. We should have a way to get at least one of us out of trouble at the ghost fields. I mean,
basically have Archon essentially planning the extract at the ghost field side.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Well, wait. Do we have someone that can out of there? Someone that can.
Don't worry, I got it.
With our boat, because we have a boat. We have a second boat.
And keep in mind, you guys don't have to solidify everything right now. You can flashback during the adventure and plan for alternatives, because my goal is to complicate your lives as the GM. And it's your goal to push across those obstacles or get past them one way or another. So next we're going to do what's called the engagement roll. This is done at the beginning of any job that you do. It's a fortune roll. Since we have a spider, I'm going to volunteer the spider to be the one who does this roll. If you go to your character sheet, there's going to be an option that says fortune roll, roll fortune, which will be underneath your strange friends list.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Let's see where the strange friends.
And the way that this is done is kind of answering a couple questions about the job itself.
Okay.
So it's a fortune roll using the vulnerability of the target as the trait for the roll. The more vulnerable the target is, the more dice you roll. I get to judge the vulnerability of the target by comparing the detail of the PC's plan against the awareness and readiness of the target by the type of plan that you're looking to execute. I also consider the difference in tiers. Right now, you guys are tier 0. The Spark Wardens are the ones, or the Spark Rights rather, are the ones that are kind of heading up this thing. They're going to be the biggest problem. They're a tier 3, so that's at least 3 dice right there. Okay. A lower tier target should yield a +1 +2 dice. Higher tier target should yield negative dice, -1 or -2. So the Spark Rights are going to give you a -2 to start with out of the 6 that you could have rolled. If the opportunity takes place on the PC's turf, it would give you a bonus. This does not. So you don't get any negative. You just don't get anything there. I think your plan is pretty solid. So long as it executes the way you want it to, there's a good contingency on how to get out, and it's planned out enough so that switching it out for the false painting shouldn't track back to you if everything executes the right way. So I think that that 4 is a good place to start right now. Then I also consider about the target's resistance, how ready they are for you. And the Spark Rights are there protecting the goods that are coming in from Tycheros. They're not necessarily ready for you, but they're ready for something. They're afraid that those goods will go missing. So I think that they have standard preparation. So
I've selected the roll fortune.
They're ready. So I'm doing this completely wrong. Hold on, let me correct myself. I think about their position first, which tells me how much the pool is, which is they're ready, which means they have 1 die. They're also higher tier than you, so I subtract 2 die, which drops it down to 0 because they can't go negative. I think that your plan was well thought out, so I'm going to give you a bonus on that. That'll bring you up to 1 die.
Okay.
Yeah. So let's go ahead and do a fortune roll with 1 die. You guys can decide to push this if you want, which will be too stressed by whoever does it. whoever's the one doing the fortune roll.
Right. Okay, so by selecting the actual roll fortune, it comes up the first thing it says input value. It says notes.
Yeah. For notes, you don't need to that. You can put engagement there because it's a typing field.
Right. Okay.
And then next
All
it'll
right.
ask you how many dice, if I remember right.
Okay, so we're at 1 die then.
You are currently at 1 unless somebody wants to push themselves to try and get this plan to work out. And we'll decide what pushing yourself really means.
Hoodoo Man will push himself because he's about to summon hella ghosts.
Okay. So is pushing yourself in this case like digging deep and pulling out some of the good ritual elements?
Yes, it's doing the best ritual, the highest class ritual that he can think of to get the biggest bang for his pound cake book.
Okay, so basically instead of using salt, you're using gold dust for this ritual.
Yes.
Stuff like that. Okay.
Fine ground bone powder.
Yep. I'll definitely let you do that. So that's 2 dice, and we will take the higher number.
All right. Here we go.
Okay.
5.
5. Perfect. With that, that is what's considered a mixed outcome, which means the PCs will initiate their plan, but an unexpected complication may arise. And this is something that I decide as the GM, but here's a couple examples just so you guys get a feel of it. It may be tougher than it seemed, or there may be some rotten luck, like somebody else shows up and kind of complicates things, that sort of thing. So now that you guys have an idea of how you want to do it, we'll kind of go as like a flash forward to the scene of the crime that night. You guys are set up. The boat is pulled into the appropriate dock. Let me pull your characters here. Kess is standing dockside, kind of like coiling some lines that are on the deck of the ship, and tending to the ship and making it seem very neutral that Kess even belongs there, that nothing's out of the ordinary. But the camera kind of zooms out and then turns slightly to an area of the lightning barrier that's on Silk Shore side, that kind of bigger tower over here. And it zooms in. Who wants to be at that one?
I would think that that's where Archon would be stationed.
Okay.
That way I have a good view of most of our field.
Perfect.
Including if I have to worry about extracting any one of our particular.
Perfect. So Archon is kind of stationed there. You've got a small boat like pulled up on the shore just in case you need to get out that way, maybe. And from there, the camera kind of shifts over and it zooms in and darts its way through some streets, and it shows the next person, which I think is going to be the Hoodoo Man. Hoodoo Man, where are you tampering with the lightning barrier? If you see those little stars on the map that are outside the city, those are lightning barrier points.
So he's going to be, I think again, how do I do this?
If you press and hold the left click.
Got it. There we go.
Yep.
So this is where the Hoodoo Man is going to be. And imagine when the camera comes to him, you see him, and he has this makeshift shrine built in front of him. No idols on it. You see these bouquets on it, a single red candle, and tin-foiled covered plate that has pound cake underneath that he uncovers. And you see all these jars he's taking out and everything. He begins to spread out this gold dust here, this bone dust here. But before he can reach into what other weird arcane implements he has on him to continue the ritual, I imagine then the camera would shift.
Okay. Yeah, it dials back, and then it like does this. As it's dialing back, the camera shifts to the sky, and it does this quarter turn and comes back down, and it's going to show Wester. Wester, where are you located?
The boat's right. Let's see if I can make this ping.
Yeah,
there, right?
Right there. And then you have Archon and Hoodoo Man kind of inside this general area.
I think Wester is going to, assuming that there is no way that going all the way down here is going to help, she's going to hit this tower right here.
Okay. Another idea that you could do, just kind of throwing it out there, is if you wanted to hit that tower that's in the middle of the river, you could do that as well.
Oh, that's much more interesting and could lead to much worse ideas. So, Demon Bane charm around her neck, knowing about Leviathans out here, trying to avoid that complication.
The water is really strange in Duskfall for people who are observing the TV show that is this game. The water is dark and there are no stars in the sky. All of the stars are actually in the ocean. When you get to the lightning barrier, you can see not only ghosts kind of pressing themselves against the barrier, slowly getting incinerated as they're going for people that are alive so that they can possess them. You also see these great worming figures of not quite very defined proportions, but like an eyeball just like opens and unfurls like an iris in front of you on the other side of the barrier, just below the water. Like it's watching and waiting for what you're doing.
So we have one boat, right? Aside from the pine box.
I would say you probably have 2 little lifeboats on there.
She's out there in one of the little rowboats, and her shadow is moving around as if it was looking, playing watch out, because she's from that weird place. And she begins speaking in the language of ghosts and demons, ready to summon the most violent and powerful thing around here is to cause some havoc.
Yeah, and kind of looking at the situation, I think that we're going to start with Wester, really, as far as the getting this project underway. You look and you see ghosts and you see a Leviathan, and man, if anything's going to do some damage to the barrier, that Leviathan that is super close looks like probably the most damaging thing. But it's probably also the most dangerous thing.
And that I think I can only force spirits to do my bidding.
So that becomes a question. How do we want to define a Leviathan? A Leviathan is
a spirit,
is a demon of the sea, but do demons fall underneath that spirit category? Are they considered a spirit creature?
If it came from hell, it's a spirit in my book.
This is a player choice. So if you guys want to describe it,
is it outside?
I am going to posit a flashback.
Okay.
Cut to somewhere out in the wilderness. Wester is sat at a fireside, the witch dancing, spinning a tale of the Leviathans of old, linked to the gods and the spirit world, or simultaneously laughing and cackling madly as this young child laps up stories, laps up the tales, and all you can hear is the stories of its roar in the deep as it eats whoever comes near. And if one is powerful enough, if one has the will, anything can be commanded if you just have the will. Do you have the will, child? Do you have the daring? do you dare talk to gods and creatures and devils? I don't think you do, not yet, but one day you will. One day everything will seem right as the deep swallows you whole.
Okay. I like the flashback. If it provides no benefit, it's going to be a 0. However, I'd like to offer you another option. Perhaps maybe when the planning phase was going on, there was something that triggered that memory for Wester. Maybe I'm trying to remember your name now. Kess said something like, "Don't let the creature eat you," when you started to take the boat out. Like it was just this kind of half-hearted joke. And as you're rowing the boat out, this flashback occurs to you. If you would like, you may provide the help action or his check to control this thing. Anytime you guys help, I'm sorry, I should have mentioned it before, it is 1 stress for you helping. So
I will totally take the stress to help.
Okay. I know that Marquise, you've helped twice, so if you haven't marked those, mark those. And
All right.
Wester stands there. This moment of like the flashback ends with this witch's face just super close to your childlike face, and then you breathe in, and it's like all of her age sinks into a fine mist, and it ages your own face to become an adult again. And you find yourself in this situation with this Leviathan, and it blinks at you with this iris eye, and it opens again.
I'm going to try to compel a Leviathan.
Okay.
Is this desperate or risky?
The question is, how safe do you want to be when it's done?
What benefit do I get for putting myself at stupid risks?
You could do it as a controlled, risky situation, which is the safest it's going to get. There's a chance that once the Leviathan does what you tell it to do, that it may just eat you. But it's not a high chance when you do it risky. If you do it desperate, you first off will get to mark experience. But secondly, you need to get out of that water because you know that you're not going to be able to control that thing for much more than the one command you give it.
And effect?
For effect, if you do it as risky, it's going to be a controlled. If you do it as a desperate, it will be great. So the command that you give it is going to be a strong command. It will carry it out to the fullest extent that it can. But once that command's done, you need to make sure that you're not in a line of fire.
Devil's bargain here.
Your devil's bargain. You might let in more than you expected.
Gladly.
Okay.
That's a win-win for her. And accepting some advice from a friend. Let's go. Compel.
Okay. So you did it as a desperate with great effect, and that looks like a 6, which is awesome. That's the best result, well, aside from a critical, that you could have gotten. So let me get back to my rolls section here. So with a desperate roll, you and a 6, that means you do it. You compel this creature, and what command do you give it?
So she's standing in this tiny little lifeboat. She pulls down the hood because she basically wears a raincoat poncho thing all the time. Mm-hmm. Her eyes are just pitch black, and the shadow is just, her shadow is waving around her like a flame. And in a language that no mortal should ever be able to speak, she simply says, "Destroy the storm barrier." And rampage.
Okay. So you said that it looks like her kind of eyes glow when she does it, you said, right?
Pitch black.
Or pitch black. Okay. And I imagine it's not just like your irises, that it's like the whole eye, that supernatural possessed moment, like in the TV show Supernatural, when they're possessed, their eyes just go full black. And there's just this like hollowy, echoey sound as you give the command in this ancient tongue that you and the Leviathans really are the ones that know it the best. And without hesitation, there's this, you do like a quarter turn, hit the boat, and just start rowing as you hear what sounds like a cacophony of thunder as the barrier begins to flicker behind you. And we'll get back to that in a moment. The scene changes with a flash, and we see that the Hoodoo Man sees that signal go off. The barrier has been affected. It's time to finish the incantations and perhaps maybe sneak a bite of that pound cake.
Oh, we eating lots of this pound cake tonight, monsieur. So you see the hoodoo man. He is jumping around, screaming, going, "Hooja, hila, hiwaya," because the singing and the incantations together are very important. The passion is what is important. And as this passion is blossoming inside of him, his eyes are turning red, not solid black like Wester's own, not nearly as creepy, but just the irises, this burning ruby fire red, the color of blood, of passion, of lust, of anger. And that is the power of the spirits working through him and around him as he starts taking things out of his jacket almost seemingly at random. You see these roots, he breaks them and scatters them. You see seeds thrown this way and that way. Coal, just like coal and soot, just smeared on his face, on his neck, even on his tongue at one point. And as he's doing so, you can just hear this howling around him. First, the wind, light like a summer breeze, but it picks up and it becomes louder and louder and louder. And you hear the neighing and the whickering of horses in the background, even though there are no horses. And everything is getting this cold chill about it. And then there's hot flash, and then another cold chill as the ritual gets higher and higher. And the wick and the flame of that one red candle, even though the candle is now nothing more than a puddle of melted wax, still floats above it, burning brighter and brighter. And what I'm doing is I'm using the ability of Ghost Word to wreck the scene of the lightning barrier by enticing a fuck ton of super passionate ghosts to come to this one point.
Perfect. You may choose to use either the wreck skill or the attune skill.
Okay, I will use the attune skill. I will push myself. I will take a devil's bargain, whatever it is. And can I posit a flashback for myself or no?
You absolutely can posit a flashback for yourself. Is this to basically push yourself in the flashback?
Yes. Okay. So I imagine earlier that day, because we said it was going to be 3 days before. So around the second day, the hoodoo man was able to finally get a meeting with his apothecary. She's just a little girl, maybe 20 years old or so. She loves him to death. She wants to marry him, bear his children, be his heir, all that kind of stuff. He doesn't want to do any of that. He lives a very dangerous life. You don't go fucking around with the spirits and eating a pound cake. None of that is bueno. But at one point he meets with her, and he knows he can only get certain things from her and from nobody else. Some special roots, like Babadook roots, dream teas, stuff like that. And he can only get these from her, essentially, if he does a favor for her, which is generally something either lusty or taking out someone that has harmed her or came after her lately. In this case, it was a bit of both. The hoodoo man will not go deep into details, but the scene would have him sitting on the edge of her bed. He has this potion in front of him, and he drinks the potion, and it's one of his sight potions that he's working on, one of his alchemicals. And as he drinks it, he closes his eyes, he opens them, and he sees the world in different colors, different details zooming in and then fading away. And he feels her hands on his back, and she whispers something into his ears, and he says, "No, no, 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 no." And he takes her arms off of him, and he stands, and she looks up at him as he does. He doesn't look back to her. And he takes a cigar and he lights it. Bonduli. And as he bids her a good night, he leaves having got the stuff he needed for his chemicals and for this ritual. And that main thing being a chicken in a cage underneath his shrine. At the height of the ritual and the screaming and the chanting, he rips open the cage, takes out the chicken, bites off its head and spits it out and wrings the blood on top of him, knowing that blood is the life force and the energy that ghosts need to empower themselves in a fervor. So that's his flashback for pushing himself.
I think the pushing yourself is going to be 2, just like normal. Your flashback is a 0. I think that's totally within your character to do something like that before the mission.
So then that's 2 extra dice I'm getting? Or?
It's just going to be 1 extra from pushing yourself. For Devil's Bargain. I think when you made the deal with your friend the alchemist, things might have gotten a little bit more complicated than you would have liked. It's always complicated with her, but you get the feeling that she was hinting around something, and it's not a good feeling. So it's a secret devil's bargain, if you will.
I feel like in the back of the Hoodoo's mind, like he has a cigar at one point. He's like, she's trying to get pregnant, goddammit. And then he just like pushes that thought away and keeps going on with the ritual.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right, so that's fine. I will take that. So that is 2 extra dice. And
somebody may provide assistance if they can think of a way that would make sense in the fiction to provide assistance. Archon, to give you a kind of a helper on this one, you happen to be at a different tower. The tower that you're at is one of the main ones. If you could get in there and start messing with like one of the wire boxes, you could maybe create a problem where it hits all 3 of those towers that are in line.
Right. And that would have been something that Archon would have done in the days leading up to it, would have been making its way over and studying the situation out.
Yeah, kind of case in the joint. I think so too. That definitely makes sense. That would be a 0 flashback of showing like your character basically watching how the guard shift changes, and as the flashback ends, you see your opportunity to dart past the guards as they change their watch, and you get inside to one of these control panels, and you know it's going to take a couple of switches to be able to do it, but like we see your character start flipping switches, and then it shifts back to Hoodoo Man. That's going to be an additional bonus die.
Dope, so that's 3. So should I do risky, desperate, or controlled?
You know what? Because you have the ability, it's going to be a control, or it's going to be risky.
Right.
I don't think you've had enough time to necessarily prepare because this job was kind of ousted on you. But you're in a good enough area that you can kind of control it. The effect is going to be standard.
All right.
Can more than one person help?
No, just one person. I mean, you can describe how you helped, but really he's only going to get the benefit of one person.
Just the idea of her ripping a big hole in the barrier, letting more ghosts in.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking that Archon kind of messing with the stuff in the middle will basically create this huge problem where there's going to be 3 towers down.
Yeah.
If this doesn't get us some sick reputation, I don't know what will. I am submitting for attunement. All right, so some complications there.
All right, perfect. So you got a 5, which does mean that there's going to be some complications. This was a risky situation. Is you do it, but there's a consequence. And I think that your consequence is not actually going to be a complication. Instead, it's going to be you're going to end up in in kind of a desperate position. As the situation unfolds in front of you, you realize that maybe you should have gone with salt because you've ripped a bigger hole than you necessarily prepared for. There are more ghosts coming through than what you anticipated, and you see this Leviathan tentacle reach up onto the beach, and you're like, oh, this is not quite what I was expecting. And you're going to have to get yourself out of that situation. We're going to flash back over to Archon, who's flipping the final switch, and you hear this as the 3 towers stop feeding from, or those 2 outside towers stop feeding from the central one. The central one is just kind of sparking and arcing wildly, not really connected with the whole network. The other towers in the city, as the camera zooms out, we can see are starting to flicker unstably because the network requires all of the towers to be working.
Right. So Archon unhitches a grappling hook, which he attaches to the window at the top end of the tower where he's at, and he propels himself off of the wall and is making haste in the shadows as fast as he can. And he gets down to the ground and tries to take an assessment of Wes and the Hoodoo Man and see where things are at. So
perfect. Now, to get out of this situation, there's a couple ways that you can go about it, but there are guards inside the courtyard, and you're going to have to get yourself past this courtyard because essentially this tower is one of the ones that actually has like a fenced area protecting it. It's one of the main towers that if it goes down, it's a big problem for the whole city. So there are people like running around, and you see these different spark rights trying to bring back up the system.
Okay. Yeah.
How would you like to get out of this situation? Looking at your skills, you can pick anything you want.
Right. I think, let me double check this real quick here. I am, I'd actually probably use the other thing that I would have done is I assume that the Sparkrights have a specific kind of attire that they wear.
Yeah, their attire is
that
like
set them off from the rest.
it's like this like heavy leather with like rubber strappings on it, and they've got these huge gloves that are like one side is like a rubber glove so that they can grab onto stuff right away, but the other side is like this huge gauntlet that's used to be able to just like grab the lightning by hand. And
Right.
it's like
Yeah.
one is for finesse and one is for big tools. They have like these Tesla coils sticking off their shoulders. They just look like abominations just looking at them.
Right. So this would have been where he would have actually, Archon would have actually gone about acquiring this kind of equipment. I marked off for heavy for armor. Just he basically, once he gets down to the ground level, he presents himself in a way that it like
So
he actually starts issuing commands. So
let
like,
me ask you a question real quick. Did Archon take himself a fine cover identity with him?
yes.
Okay, perfect. So you hit the ground and you kind of duck into some bushes and you start strapping on this stuff, and you come up and we see for a moment that your leather collar that sticks up has 3 pips on it, meaning that you're one of the higher ranking shipwrights. Somebody that would be considered a scientist, like you, and your false identity. Let's give him a name. What would you like to be? Your rank being scientist, whatever last name.
Yeah. I'd be they actually he'd be scientist Stormcaller, and his specific field of expertise is the controlling of the lightning itself. So
Okay.
and
So one of the guards rushes up and he salutes you real quick with his heavy gauntleted hand. It comes up and he brings it kind of close to his head, and then he makes a fist and pulls it straight up. And that's the Sparkright salute. And he says, Scientist Stormcaller, the barrier is unstable.
well, we need to secure it.
Of course.
Tower.
Of course.
Floor.
He nods to you, and what I'm getting from this is you're commanding them to go check areas that are not problems to keep them away from the real problem. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So I think that's going to be the command skill. If you want to go ahead and click on that one.
Okay. And let's see, we'll take it at risky.
Yeah, this one's going to be risky and in standard effect for this one. Your fine cover, however, is going to give you a bonus dice to start with.
Right. And if I had
you could push yourself for an additional. I don't really have a great devil's bargain for this one. So if somebody in the player group does.
Could I assist by having the Leviathan like cause some structural damage to one of the towers, to the tower out in the sea that causes sparking that makes everything seem more urgent?
Yeah, I could say that could be an assist. Like you're kind of like stoking the Leviathan. Like you're basically muttering to it like, oh, I thought demons could break a barrier. And
I have a devil's bargain in mind for the Archon. The idea being, if he's using his false identity to order these guys to go to basically fake locations, then after the incident is done, they're going to start basically investigating him more, because they're going to be like wondering why this guy basically sent him to areas that he knew was not the actual problem, that he should have known weren't the actual problem, like calling him the competency of the fake identity.
Okay, so maybe an additional heat.
Yes.
Okay. Do you want to take that as your bargain? I think
yeah,
that's.
I'll take it as a bargain. We'll make the. We'll eventually have to get ourselves out of there. That's for sure. We're gonna have to.
Let me adjust my heat counter here. All All right, so that is 3 bonus dice that you're up to at the moment. You can still push yourself. That's the one thing that we haven't talked about.
Right. And so, yeah, he's actually gonna, in his effort to push himself, he's actually gonna like march out in front of the into the open courtyard where there's lots more people, and he's gonna be like,
So
issuing orders.
He's going to make himself kind of known and really push himself to command more people. Okay, I dig it.
You're going to commit to it, is what you're doing.
That's going to be 4 bonus dice on your command check. And that position is risky with standard effect. So go ahead and roll.
All right.
Perfect. With a 6, that means you accomplished it. You start sending men off, and you send them to pretty much all of the wrong places. You know that this is not going to last long, but you've managed to cause enough distraction to fix the problem that you can make your out here to get out of the tower before that you get discovered, because you know that this identity is pretty much burned. There's no way that they're not going to try and track scientist Stormcaller from this point forward.
So yeah, as he's leaving, it's like he's discarding articles of clothing and his outfit in different ways. He's like, he finds a bush and he stashes the gauntlet in it, and he's tossing the hat up into the trees, and he basically makes a beeline. So he's south of the heading towards the Hoodoo Man's location.
Perfect.
Along the beach, so hopefully he has some type of cover.
As he's walking towards the camera, there's more flashes of light behind him as the barrier is continuing to fail. We can see that part of it is just down completely. That's that part over the river. And he gets close enough to the camera that the camera blacks out, and then it starts to finally let in light again. And we see this fog on the riverbed, on the riverside where the docks are. And what do we see that Cass is doing?
It goes like this. The camera has been shaking round left and right, and everybody remembers that Cass was stood there just, playing with the rope. He looked up as the barrel went to flicker. There was this, and then the second one went to flicker, and it all went down, and there was this, and then as the camera twirls in the chaos left and right, it cuts to the space where Cass was, and there's nobody there. Footsteps run down the gangplank, this heavy thudding, and just as the last guard runs past, you hear this, as the dark goggles light up, and Cass is underneath the gangplank, having been there, you don't know how long, but long enough to just swing himself up and walk on board a mostly empty ship.
Perfect. And that sounds like you're using your climbing gear and dark sight mask to kind of get yourself up into that gangplank. And Kess kind of creeps around. There are still sailors on board, and the sailors of Duskval, you've seen them. They participate in fight clubs for the fun of it. They're not chumps. So to get around here, you're probably going to need a prowl to go unnoticed.
That's fine.
And I think that they have reduced the situation, which was originally a desperate, to a risky for you now, because while there's not as many on the boat, there's still a threat of you being discovered.
Well, that's fine. I can live with that.
Your position is going to be risky with standard effect. However, if you wanted to go into desperate with you would go desperate with actually it would still be standard effect. It wouldn't be great effect on this one. It would be, you would get it done faster essentially if you go desperate.
So now in an effort to aid him, if I had acquired the blueprints to this ship prior to us getting on board, so that he had an idea of the ins and outs to those locations.
Okay, that sounds like a flashback. Where would you have gotten these blueprints?
Well, it would have been part of a kind of a two-part thing. When I was acquiring my ship, the Spark Rights uniform. I'd been in an officer's room where they would have had some of these details laid out, and it would have been like a quick moment, like flipping through charts and stuff, and I'm like, the name of the chart. This is the one. So he would have like pulled it out, folded it up, stashed it in the uniform, and walked himself out of the office in this uniform.
So once you walk yourself out, there's this like jump cut moment where it shows you handing Kess the blueprints to the Thunderclap, which is the barge that Kess is now infiltrating. It's just awfully crooked. I'm up to no good smile, rolls it back up, and that's when the camera shifts back into like the actual time frame. I'm going to say that flashback is going to cost you 2. It was a very risky situation to be able to pull it from an area that you were already stealing something from. So it's going to be 2 stress for you to take that one. Okay. And that will be a bonus die for you.
Yeah, I'm also gonna push myself, essentially by taking the low road, as it were, as it basically we cut to that me looking at the things. It's like I can't go high. Where can I? Spots a small maintenance tunnel that's there. So it's like you see the shadow dart across, you see the hatch come up, and where these sailors are fighting and looking out for trouble, and it cuts to like this. The camera would cut to this kind of view of just underneath the deck where I'm literally just.
Okay. I think that's a good push. So that's going to be 2 stress for you for an extra die. For a devil's bargain, I think you're going to draw unwanted attention. Not necessarily getting past them, but like when you switch out the painting, there's just enough stuff around that you run the risk of making noise when you switch out the painting.
I refuse your bargain.
Very well. So you have 2 bonus right now.
Okay. How do I get the extra dice on here? Sorry.
So when you click on Prowl,
right.
ask you what your position is, which is risky. Your effect is standard, and then the next box will talk about how many bonus die you have. Right now, you have 2.
I have 2. Yeah. There we go. Oh,
all right. With a 3, things are going to get a little complicated. You are crawling around, and there's something that just immediately changes. What you were very confident about with the low road was, while it was a little bit of a confined area, there was this one stretch where you had to basically kind of shimmy your way across a gangplank. And you hadn't realized it until you got down here that gangplank has been recently washed, and you feel your hands start to slip. You're going to fall into a pile of goods underneath you. It's going to be loud. It's going to hurt. It would cause you harm. It would be I'm going to say a level 2 harm of a broken arm. However, you can choose to reject that and basically take control of your own fate and say, no, I grab back on, I reposition myself so that I manage to hold on. If you do, what we do is a resistance roll.
I will make the resistance roll.
Okay. This resistance roll is going to be a prowess check. So on your character sheet, there's the prowess word. If you click on that, it'll bring up another roll option for you.
You best believe I'm pushing this.
Perfect. How it normally works is you get 6 stress minus the highest die from your result to resist a consequence. Now, speaking of consequences, if I remember right, our spider took an ability where he could basically give you a bonus whenever you get yourself in a bad situation. What if the spider would like to use that ability? What I need from you is to have the spider pretty much go over the plans and talk about stuff in character to explain how you were more prepared than what you originally thought for this situation.
Okay, so flashback. So there's this gangplank here. This is a tricky spot. I mean, I'm pretty confident I can get past everything, but I don't know.
Too tight of a spot?
Too open.
Too visible?
Too open. I think it's too open. God knows that anything could happen there.
Right, right. I would say that that spot where you were planning on standing there to observe and coil the rope, maybe we could have a time distraction, something just brief enough to change the view.
Maybe. I might just need a little more grip. Who knows?
Is like got some of these fine gloves, like extra grip, some extra handle there.
Where do you find this crap?
Took it a couple of times in the fighting ring. It was one of my hauls.
You mean you cheated? You nefarious scallywag! How dare you cheat in such an endeavor? I would never approve of such methods. How could I possibly condone cheating?
And I imagine that because these were used to cheat in the fighting ring, they're not just like climbing gloves. What they are basically Nicodes. They're little metal rings with claws on the inside. So in the fighting ring, what you did is you basically open hand smack somebody, but they ended up with claw marks across their face. And the camera just kind of shows as your character flexes out his hands and just digs them into this beam and just slowly kind of hand over hand shimmies across this beam, and it's just enough to be able to keep you from falling in. I do need the roll so that we can determine how much stress is gained from this. That is going to... I'm sorry, hold on. Let me look at the ability, because I think Archon's ability might allow you to just ignore it. Let me see. Special armor when protecting a teammate. How did you plan for this?
It's armor he can give to someone else once.
Right. Okay. So yeah, you have armor. So you can, instead of rolling for it, you can just say the armor is used, which I think is fictionally what sounds like is happening here.
Yeah, sounds exactly like what's
So
happening.
once you get to the end, these Nicodes that you had, they're just riddled with wood chips and things like that. You're not getting across the way you came. They're pretty much serve their purpose.
At which point he carries on.
From there, you're able to get to the ladder well that leads you down into the lower level where you would have fallen before, and you see that inside that pile of stuff that you could have possibly damaged with your fall is actually the painting that you were looking for. A few moments later, we see your character kind of lifting the sheet up and seeing this portrait of what appears to be a beautiful noblewoman. And if you look at it too long, it's almost as if she's turning to look at you. And I don't mean from a painter's trick. It's not some way that the painting was painted. I mean, literally, it looks as if she is turning to greet you, to welcome you. And it feels just too much.
It's just, as she starts slowly turning, Kess will look at it, head tilt to one side, it's like, no thanks. I just kind of put the painting to one side and put the fake in very slowly.
I like the positive flashback, which is like there's several heists between Cass and Hoodoo Man. And Hoodoo Man's basically, that shit is haunted. And Cass just takes it and puts it into a bag. And you see it like happen like 30 times in a row until we get to now.
And Cass, you just kind of like shake, put it into the bag, grab the fake, put the fake in there, and carefully place the cover back in place. and you make some fine adjustments to where it looks like you haven't been there. Once you're kind of okay with your work, you give it a little and move on. You begin to kind of push your way out. You have to take a different route this time, but your roll earlier is enough to find your way out, except that there's something complicating things. You hear a loud thud across the side of the boat. The boat lurches, and you hear wood snapping as you grab onto the beams and brace yourself. From the deck, you hear shouting, "Leviathan! Leviathans! There's Leviathans in the river! Get the spirit wardens!"
Wreck the towers, they said. Oh, it'll be fine, they said. Oh, don't worry about the Leviathans, they said. Don't let it eat you, they said.
There's a flashback of the Whisperer and Hoodoo Man saying all of these things.
I said, don't let it eat you, I said to the chick rowing out to the Leviathan. Good Lord, I'm going to spank that girl's ass.
And I think this is a good time to shift to Wester, who's made it to the shore and is just watching. This is slightly behind the time that we just saw. This huge beast with just this one irising eye. It looks to you on the shore as it passes by, and you see that it thinks about attacking you, but you're got enough on shore that you can get away. It turns away and immediately starts going towards the North Hook Channel, towards all of the docks, and you see this one giant tentacle just whip out over and smash into this huge wave. That's when you start hearing the screams and cry from the docks of sailors. You see lightning hooks and harpoons coming out. This is a bad day, but there are professional Leviathan hunters that are here. And it wasn't enough. You had to push it. Behind this thing, you see smaller, iris-eyed creatures flickering in and out. And it suddenly dawns on you that you didn't just let a Leviathan in, you let a mother and her brood in. There is going to be a lot of problems in the water for a couple days here in Duskfall, to say the least. A few of them will come up to the shore, lashing out at anything that's close by, which happens to be you. One of them will lash a tentacle onto your leg and begin to start dragging you in the water. What I would need is a finesse from you to get out of the situation.
My armor protects me.
Okay. Go ahead and tell me
The
how
magical
that
runes.
protects.
The tentacle comes out at me, and like a flashlight through fabric appears all over my body as these runes that I had painted onto myself flash, and it just recoils and sinks back into the water.
So it doesn't even make contact with you. The small, childlike Leviathan recoils from the light of these runes, and you can feel them burning away from your skin. You know that it was a protective measure, but it's not enough. You got to get out of this situation. Right now, you're in White Crown, too, of all places. It's not good for a criminal there. You have to get out of White Crown just to begin with, and the only way that's really a chance for you at the moment is either go back across that water or take the bridge over the North Hook Canal and hope that you beat the Leviathans.
They're attacking the docks, right?
Yes.
It's a good
Where
thing
my
you didn't bring
friends
the ship.
live.
They're attacking pretty much here.
Where our friends, the work and live, right?
That's where the dock workers and stuff like that are. Your Leviathan hunters, they're all in that major area. You normally have your home on the Crow's Foot area and kind of a hidden bargeway, which is pretty much right here. So if you were to able to get down that river, that's a small enough river that Leviathan probably can't get up there. They're just too big for it. The babies, maybe.
Thinking about how dangerous. I've just made the lives of some people that I consider. I'm going to do something stupid, and I'm going to compel the Leviathan to flee.
Okay. Yeah, this one is going to be risky with limited effect because it's raging now. There are Leviathans inside. Before you had the barrier to at least protect you.
Limited effect.
Mm-hmm. And
Nope,
since
I'm
you've
running
already
away.
established the link, you can either do it through a tune or you can just do a command if you want.
A tune's far better than command.
Okay.
Limited effect. All right.
Have it attack White Crown. If nothing else,
That's
you can
what
stand
I'm
on the
thinking.
shore. Bring it on the
Is
White
this
Crown.
risky or desperate?
It's risky. Or sorry, it's desperate, rather. It's desperate limited
All
effect.
right.
That's what I meant to say.
Yeah, so
Pushing myself. Devil's bargain?
Devil's bargain. You're going to piss it off. Like, personally. It's going to come after you. Not just White Crown, but you.
Well, thank you.
You said, what about my kids?
I hate to say it, but that's the most logical devil's bargain.
I'm
You've already
going with
busted
this
it out
thing.
once.
Don't do it, man. Don't do it. Just beat it. Just outrun it.
I'm gonna run away.
Okay.
So on my way out, I'm going to invite any spirit that wants to come with me into me and my 2 spirit jars that I have with me. Spirit bottles.
Okay, so you begin kind of gathering what spirits you can. You're like, oh, we can sell these later at least.
It's like, come on. I say the in the tongue of the undead, what I say to them is, you will be hunted down by the spirit wardens?
Yeah, the spirit
by
ward.
the spirit wardens. Either flee or inhabit me or one of these 2 bottles.
Okay. Do you have your spirit mask on?
I do.
Okay. So when you say inhabit me, there's like 10 ghosts that come your direction, and you can kind of sift and pick your way through because your spirit mask protects you. And you can pick out which ones you want to put inside your jars. You find a couple of unbroken spirits, ones that have some cognitive sense to them. They're not just ones that want to eat and devour and consume like most
Nice
ones
ones.
do.
I find the 3 nicest spirits, let one of them into me because it's the thing we can do, and put the other 2 in the spirit bottles. Stoning, I have the spirit mask is like a masquerade mask around the eyes.
And
so
looks like a bro.
You get the inclination that the spirit that you took on is a spirit of a what used to be a Sparkrite, one of the barrier engineers. When he inhabits your body, you have this strange sensation, and it pretty much comes whenever any spirit enters your body. You have a moment where you yearn for the same things that the spirit yearns for, and the spirit yearns to fix the lightning barrier. So there's a moment where you look at the barrier and you kind of think over, I can fix the barrier with the spirit's help. Do you choose to, or do you choose to continue running?
Muted.
Oh. I ask the spirit how hard this will be.
Well, you're going to connect the coax running from stanchion A to stanchion B, and then reroute electrical through the conduit in blocks 4, 9, 7, 8, 3. And you're like, oh my God, are you kidding me? As the spirit just kind of rambles on this list. But there's like this weird cognitive thing where you kind of understand what the spirit's saying, even though it sounds like a bunch of gibberish to you. It's going to be difficult, but it's not impossible. There's going to be other Sparkrites trying to bring up this thing, so you might be able to do it.
You're aware this thing kills your kind, right?
Yes, but without it, these things kill your kind.
I turn around and I start running towards the lightning barrier. At least tell me your name.
First Lieutenant, First Scientist McKay.
All right, McKay. For now, we're partners.
Okay. Open the panel. And then Ben had an idea for a flashback to be able to assist you.
It's a flashback to a much earlier job. It's a lightning barrier on the outskirts of the city, way back when you first met Cass. You were doing something, and it's like, you don't want to be doing that, mate. As you're stood near the open panels of the barrier, if you cut the coax from this to that, you'll bring that, and that down. And you see, what most folks don't tell you is there's an easy way to reset one of these buggers. You see this? You see this? If you connect both of those with one of these, click, 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 barrier comes back on. And oh look, clunk, we're not dead.
So what Cass is talking about is basically creating a jumper between two conduits. It's a temporary fix, but it'll work. I think that flashback is going to cost 2 stress plus 1 for the assist.
Can I take the 2 stress from the flashback?
Push yourself.
Like specifically from the flashback?
No, that's me. I have to take that.
Proposed the flashback, so Cass takes it.
Got it.
Don't worry, I'll be okay.
All right. Is this a tinker?
It is a tinker.
Oh joy!
I've given you dice. That's a good thing.
Yeah, one die is better than no die, because if it's no die, you roll 2 and take the lowest.
Is this risky, controlled, or desperate?
I think this is actually controlled, and if you use the jump method that Cass came up with for you, that's a standard effect. If you take your time and do it the correct way, it's going to be a great effect.
All right. I'm going to do what McKay says. It's like, guide me here. I don't know what I'm doing.
Okay. And there's kind of like this weird, almost comedic interaction between the two of you as you reach for a cable, and McKay's like, not that one. Look at the cables. The one that says R17793 is the cable you want, not R17794. You're going to destroy this thing and blow us both up. Do you want to be a ghost?
She considers that.
Just pull the correct cable.
Overly much?
Just pull the correct cable.
Is there a devil's bargain?
No, not in this situation. I don't think that there's anything that could necessarily go super wrong with this. You've got too many controlled elements around.
Bad. All right. It's a 3.
Okay. So with a 3 on a controlled effect, that means that you've been blocked or falter. You can press on by seizing a risky opportunity, or withdraw and try a different approach. You tried McKay's approach, which was the very methodical way of doing it, and it's just not working. McKay's talking too much just jargon and electrical stuff that you don't understand. You could always try jumping it.
God damn it, McKay. I'm doing it Kess's way. They'll fix it when they find it.
So you rip out some extra, what you assume to be extra cables from one area, and then you just like bite off the ends. You make this one jumper cable and you smash it into the two conduits. You're like, I hope this is the right one. This can either be a tinker or a wreck, because it technically counts as messing up the machine to fix the machine.
There's no difference.
No, it's just whichever skill you want to roll. So if you happen to have
there's no difference.
Okay.
Risky, or desperate, or controlled.
It's still going to be controlled. It's just going to be standard effect. I will say that you still have your +1 from help. Would you like to push yourself for 2 stress?
Absolutely.
Okay. And I do have a devil's bargain now, because you decided to do it this way. You're going to take some harm if you do this, because you're not exactly wearing the proper safety gear to do this.
What kind of harm? Do I know?
Toasty.
You're going to get level 2 harm, which will be electrocuted if you decide to just go for it with the devil's bargain.
Nope.
Okay.
Woo!
Maybe you should have took the devil's bargain.
Maybe you should have taken the devil's bargain, man.
Yeah, you've exhausted everything. You see that this tower that you've been trying to fix starts sputtering, and it's just, you got to get out of here. The cops are coming. Oh no, I think he's frozen, because I have like a victory position, Lewis, right now.
The cops are coming. Woo!
Let's see if he can.
Am I back?
Yes.
Okay.
So
this is not a victory position.
I was gonna say, yeah, the cops are coming. You have to go. You can't even try to fix what you've done. You hear the ghost in your head just like screaming out that like you've pretty much destroyed the panel, that they're gonna need spark rights out here immediately to fix what you've done. Your only real option is to run at this point, or else you'll get pinched.
Archon was sending people out that way originally. He's like, hey, go out that way.
You said ghost key?
Yeah, I have this thing called a ghost key, and it says it opens ghost doors.
Mm-hmm. So, new question for the group. Ghost doors. What exactly are ghost doors for you guys? I'm thinking that they're like a dimension door type thing. Like if you find these doorways that are hidden throughout the city, that maybe inserting the key will open up a new part of the city, and that doorway stays open for maybe a few seconds, but there's no telling where the hell you're going to end up.
And I imagine that, you know, like you open the door, you go into it, and you're temporarily, like you see the other door on the other side of the room, but the room you're in is like a Stranger Lands type, you know, like Shadow Realm type thing. So it's very dangerous to use one, because you basically got to go through this very dangerous room to get to the door that leads to whoever the fuck know where it leads to.
Maybe not very dangerous, but it's like a Neverwhere sort of like area.
Yeah.
It's like a mirror. It's like you're literally stepping into a mirror realm of. It's like you're stepping into the underworld version.
Like I have this idea that there's a path, but if you stray off the path, you're lost forever.
Yeah.
And anybody who's a whisperer or somebody who works with the just occult in general really knows that you do not stray off the path. Period.
And there are things that I would imagine that would tempt you to stray off the path, because I imagine there's demons and ghosts there and whatnot.
Yeah, definitely. But it's not enough that you have to worry about rolling to resist it. It's something that, like, through muttering incantations, you can focus yourself and go down the path that you need to. Like, to venture off the path takes an actual player choice to do so. So, yeah, looking around, you know that there are ghost doors all over the place in Duskfall. They exist beyond the barrier, and you spot a building that has a mark that the Whisper, like homeless sign language or street language, where they draw like icons to indicate things. It's basically the same thing. Whispers have this iconic writing that they'll put up, and you see this doorway that has a symbol that looks like maybe a knocked over gravestone with a keyhole on it. And you know that that's the symbol for a ghost door.
God damn it. Hold on, McKay. This is going to probably hurt you like fuck. I'm going to run over to where the ghost door is and pull out of my my rain poncho my ghost key.
Okay.
I feel like ghost keys are made out of finger bones.
Like they look like they're a skeleton key, like literally made of skeleton.
Like literally it's somebody's finger. The bones are in silver to keep them together. It's not an act. It doesn't look like a key. It just looks like a finger that has been silvered.
Okay. Yeah, and you slide it into what looks like a normal door, and the keyhole looks like it would be impossible to fit this finger in, but the finger just sinks in, and you hear like the clicking sounds as knuckle joint of each of the finger sinks in, and then you turn it, and there's this click. The door slides inward, and you see this spirit realm. There's what is basically a tunnel for you to follow, and it's like bad jump cam inside there. Essentially, shaky cam and jump cam have been put together to create this terrible experience. There's ghosts flying around, and like everything's blurry as you like turn and kind of panic a little, and then you recite incantations, and you push yourself through the path to find yourself pushing out the doorway. And of all the places you end up, this is, I guess, probably the best for you anyways. But at the same time, it's not so good for your friends. You found yourself in the night market. It's put you a long way from the danger, but on the flip side, you're nowhere near your friends. To give you an idea, this is the night market. You're actually fairly close to the Gaddock rail station, which is number 4 there.
Get on a train and come back.
The train actually leads out of the city.
Fuck.
With you kind of looking around the city, you smell that familiar smell, because this is where the night market is, the black market of town. You smell drugs and different vices. There are women who are obviously of the vice of pleasure coming by, and they touch on you and stuff like that, and you're like, God damn it, of all the places to end up. Next, I think it's going to go to, I've got myself clicked on here, and I've probably been the only one the camera's been focused on for a little while. Next, we're going to jump over to, I think we're going to jump over to some NPCs. The Spark Wardens. There's a young lab assistant is his rank, and he's running over to the tower, and he goes past this bush but trips and falls. When he looks back, he sees a gauntlet that's like half sticking out of a bush, and he picks it up. And he turns it over, trying to figure out where this gauntlet came from, because he hasn't even earned his own gauntlet yet. And he kind of shakes his head thinking about it, and he drops it to the ground because he's needed at the lightning barrier. He can't stick around and question this. But he remembers, and he's got to come back to it. So he immediately runs off to the barrier. And as he runs up, you can see the sparking start to solidify, and this barrier starts to come up. Then we shift to the Hoodoo Man. Things are not quite going as planned for you.
I have an image in my head of the camera. First, the camera, you hear that doom sound as the camera focuses on the howling ghost everywhere. And then it goes doom, and you see his face covered in chicken blood, and he licks his lips. And you hear the doom for the 3rd time, and the camera focuses on the pound cake, still covered by the tinfoil. And the fervor of the ritual, he cannot get the pound cake open to satisfy the spirits, and he's in a bad situation. Now, he's about 15 feet or so from the pound cake, Normally that's not a big deal, but when there's a horde of angry ghosts everywhere, 15 feet might as well be 15 miles. So he's standing up like this, licking his lips. He's got one hand on a gree in his coat to try and wreck the area if he has to, and one hand out because he wants to make a beeline for that pound cake to uncover the tinfoil. It's gonna be very difficult.
Yeah, I think you are gonna have to kind of dissuade all the ghosts in the area and do a wreck. Which again, because of your skill, you could use a tune if you want instead of wreck. But yeah, you're gonna have to use that gree and try and dissuade some of those ghosts.
And as a backup plan, on his bandolier is 2 alchemicals, one called Death Essence, one called Life Essence. Death Essence essentially is the last moment of a person as they died. Life Essence is something that basically brings you back to life the moment you die. So his plan is if he can't gree everything away, is going to take both the Death Essence and the Life Essence and temporarily die and then come back to life. A very unpleasant experience, and it will use up months of alchemicals he's made, but it is the only way he can see out of the situation if he cannot get the ghost to go away.
Archon's coming up to it. He's like, oh, crap. What the heck?
And I imagine like there's just so many ghosts at this point that people are waking up, running outside. There's haunting shit everywhere. You see like a little girl walk across the street and then she gains bat wings and flies away. It's just a lot of weird shit happening.
Yeah, like ghosts are diving into bodies.
Yes.
There's a lot of occult that's happening right now.
So he takes out the gree, and in this case, it's a small pouch. It's completely nondescript. It's filled with all kinds of roots and herbs and whatnot. Is going to take it, is going to take off the string that connects to the top of the bag and just throw it into the air. He's not going to say any words, but as he does so, he then reaches out of his pocket, takes out another gree, and he throws it to the ground. And it's basically a bunch of like flint and gunpowder and whatnot. So it kind of explodes like a miniature firework at his feet, catches the herbs on fire, and he hopes to God this wreck works.
Perfect. Yeah, you are in a desperate situation. And it's going to be standard effect. Like you're pushing your luck at a minimal just by trying to come in here and recover that pound cake and hopefully take control of the situation somehow.
Note voodoo practices out there. Always uncover the pound cake. I got a 5 and a 4.
Perfect. With a 5, you do it, but there is a consequence. I'm going to say that you're going to suffer severe harm. Essentially, you're going to be assaulted by the ghosts. I think that's the most logical and fictional thing to happen here. Basically, because of your ability, the ghosts don't really stay in you unless you let them, and they just kind of hammer themselves into you, and as they pull themselves out, they're pulling out bits of your life essence. It's going to be a level 3 harm, and I'm going to call it, let's say, drained.
Drained, gotcha.
Yeah. If you would like to resist it, you can. If you resist it, it will go to a level 2 harm instead, because you're going to get harm either way out of this one.
With how stressed out that the hoodoo man is right now, he knows if he tries to fight back too much, he'll just probably end up haunted. You don't want to be haunted in this city. It's a bad experience. He's seen it before.
Absolutely. So, now, the one catch is if you take the level 3 harm, you're going to need help. And right now you don't have that help in hand. However, you can hope that Archon is on his way.
But he does have the life essence.
That is true.
Yes.
If you wanted to off yourself and then life essence yourself back.
So knowing that he's going to be fucked up. So I imagine it plays something like this. He's going to take the harm, uncover the pound cake, and then kill and revive himself, essentially.
Okay.
So imagine the hoodoo man, he's running forward. It's just 15 feet, but these ghosts just swarm this man all at once. And you see little girls and women with no jaws and men with no eyes just reaching into him and pulling out bits of the hoodoo man's inner soul and everything. He doesn't make a sound. His dark skin is turning whiter and whiter. You can see his hair beginning to turn gray. His body is withering. He knows he's dying. He doesn't care because in about 5 minutes, 5 hours, 5 months, in some time frame, as a relative of 5, he'll be back and he'll be okay. So he reaches out weakly. He's barely almost crawling at this point. Up the table, you see his hand grab the pound cake and it zooms in. He barely has enough force to grab the tinfoil. and then slowly it slides off. And as it does so, the pancake, like a shining beacon of hope, begins to rise into the air as all the ghosts pick it up and begin to feast on the pound cake, satisfying them with their sacrifice. Falling onto his back, the hoodoo man takes out the death essence, a red vapor, the life essence, a blue vapor. He says something underneath his breath. He crushes them both, and as the vapors overtake his entire body, he enters into the sweet embrace of death, and at some undisclosed point later is revived.
Okay. When you revive, it's not a perfect revival. It's kind of messy. You're still going to take a level 2 harm of drained, but I think that the combination of alchemy that you used was enough to keep you from needing help when you come back around. That you're going to be able to function on your own. And
that's where Archon comes in and like scoops up the body.
And yeah, I was going to say Archon will make it in, and the camera's going to kind of close out from this scene with Archon picking up your dead body at this point, and dragging it away, because Archon knows that if you leave a corpse around, the ghost will inhabit the corpse. And albeit your alchemy will save you once you come back around, but if a ghost gets in there, it's going to possess you until you do come back around. Once that's done, you uncover the pound cake and everything kind of goes through. Archon, the situation for you is it's rough at best. The ghosts seem to be partially satisfied. They want something more. The cake was just not enough, which is the 5 that you rolled, by the way.
Not enough time to bake there, buddy.
What I need from you is you can pick how you want to resist it, but essentially you're going to be assaulted by spirits as you drag his body, or the hoodoo man's body out, because you'll be assaulted just in general. So
Right.
How would you like to resist that? You can use insight, prowess, or resolve. I would think that resolve might be the best one to use.
Yeah, I could go either way with that.
And they're going to give you a level 2 of trained as well if they hit you.
Yeah, the in this case, I would picture Archon actually having kind of broken from his military training and has slipped back into his vice of actually like taking everything physically, like boxing and everything. And I'm going to actually use prowess as opposed to the resolve.
Okay. So you're, instead of like willing yourself and strengthening your well-being, you're just trying to dodge these ghosts, just not let them touch you entirely. Okay, cool.
Yeah. So we roll prowess then?
Yeah, go ahead and click on prowess. And then from there, it'll ask you about bonus dice. You can push yourself, which would be 2. I don't think anybody can help you in this situation. Even with
there's nobody here to help.
You're pretty
yeah. So
do you want to push yourself?
What happens when your stress bar is completely filled?
When your stress bar is completely filled, you make it out of the scene. However, you will gain a trauma. So you'll click on trauma. And then we pick out what trauma you have, which is that cold, haunted, obsessed, paranoid, reckless, soft, and unstable. Traumas are actually kind of good to have, because if you play out a trauma inside a future adventure, you gain experience for that. So a good example of what happens to your character in this situation, you could become obsessed. Like, let's say that you have an obsession with purging ghosts from the city because your plan kind of fell through and now there's ghosts in the city. Or you could become haunted, which means that you are basically always living in the shadow of, I failed them. Hoodoo Man went down because of me. Reckless is reckless, that sort of thing.
Okay. All right. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to take the 2 additional stress, pick up the trauma.
Okay.
So that's going to give me a bonus dice.
So there is a little circle with an X inside of it. If you click on that, that'll clear the stress, and then you can click on one trauma.
Right. Okay. All right. And
you can click on which one you have. It'll turn it red, if I remember right. Gonna go with vicious. Okay.
Yeah. Let's see. And yeah, that should be everything now. So prowess and up one for the bonus dice. And I think that's it.
Okay.
Okay.
So let's see, you rolled a 6, so you will completely avoid the stress that's involved in it, and you are able to drop that harm into a level 1 harm. And so I'm going to add that to your sheet as drained, and your character is basically going to get out of the way and duck into an area that maybe you scouted out ahead of time. I think this is an appropriate time for a flashback, and I'll give you guys an idea of what I'm thinking, and you can concur or disagree or change how you want. But I'm thinking that maybe the Hoodoo Man thought a little bit ahead, and he set some wards down inside an area, and he let let Archon know, hey, if things go wrong, this is the safe house. This is where we have to fall back to. There's like dangling strings of bones outside of this house. There's like a ward written in the blood of a chicken on the door.
Basically a bunch of Gree-Grees just covering this place.
And there's different spirit charms that have been nailed to the wall and stuff like that. And you know, sometimes these spirit charms and things don't work, but you have to trust them now. You're in no situation to doubt it. You push open the door and you hit the floor, and right before you lose consciousness, you can see the spirit that was just assaulting you get to the doorway, and it just like claws out, and you see what seems like this spectral wall block its claws from getting at you.
Yeah. It kind of like peels away. So it's like my body is falling in. It's like peeled away by the barrier, and just stands there and it's like trying to rake the way through the barrier.
Yeah.
And
when you
one of those things.
Door, you give kind of this like half laugh, and you kick the door closed as like the scene fades out and you go unconscious.
So I've got the Hoodoo Man. He and I are both like just dead to the world, so to speak, right there on the floor.
He's pretty literally dead to the world.
The Hoodoo Man is dead. Okay.
As the last fading thought, he's like, we should have asked for more money. We should have asked for more money.
All right, so the scene I think is going to end with, or the job is going to end with Kess getting off the boat and seeing more things rocking and seeing things that are just, it's not good. And Kess slides the bag in and immediately fires up the ship. And you guys have like some coal that has been treated with some alchemy that burns a little better than normal. And Kess is just shoveling it in, just scoop after scoop, getting the engine fired up, and the steamboat starts powering up, and it starts going down the river. There are demons all over the place, and Kess pulls into the secure port that you guys have. And because you're smugglers of the occult by trade, you have a private lightning barrier that's in front of your headquarters of where you pull in. The Faraday cage on the side absorbs the lightning as you pass through, and it's maybe the next day when you finally recover everybody. You go back to the safe house and you find the Hoodoo Man awake, just smelling of booze because he's drank an entire bottle that he's prepped on the side here. Archon is still unconscious, and he doesn't look physically harmed, but he just looks like he's had blood drained out of him almost. And Hoodoo Man doesn't look much better.
Hoodoo Man stole Archon's stash of hoots.
The cops are everywhere in the city. Spirit wardens are investigating. There's rumors that there was someone who sabotaged the lightning barrier. Word is getting out that it might be someone who posed as a Sparkrite. Now I'm forgetting your name, Wester. You make it back to the house about the same time that that Kess drags the other two back.
I'm chatting with McKay.
Well, the barrier will go back up, but I don't know. From what I understand, every single Leviathan hunter in this city is putting full effort into killing those things. I guess the only good part is you did save the city. We did have a Leviathan blood shortage. Shouldn't be a problem anymore.
And we got 6 coin.
It all worked out.
No, you see, it's like I can see it now as you're talking to the spirit. It's just Kess is sat there next to the other two who he stashed away, sat next to this conspicuous lugging bag, untouched, unharmed, really, compared to everybody else. It's just like, take down the barrier, you said. It'll be nothing small, you said.
And I imagine when Kess says that, the Hoodoo Man just throws them a bottle of rum and just says, just drink that. No more smart talk. Just drink.
So we are at the end of the time that I allocated, but if you guys are cool with it, I would like to do the downtime to pay off the job and everything first.
Go for it.
Okay. So you guys have been marking your experience for your desperate rolls. So that's already done. Let me pull up the rules on ending a job here, and we'll go from there. If you guys want to clear harm, you would start a clock to clear harm, which has 8 slots. And basically during your downtime, you get a certain number of actions that you can do for free, which is 2. And anything else, you would spend a coin to do an extra action. Let me roll on over to planning engagements, teamwork and flashbacks, advancement, and heat and wanted level.
So just to clarify, we use 2 actions to move the clock up twice, or
when you want to move the clock up, there's a roll that's associated with it.
okay.
And depending on how well you do on the roll, that determines how many pieces of the clock is filled in.
And I can do that twice for free.
Yes.
Okay. And
which hang on to that because we'll decide what you guys
Gotcha.
do towards the end of this. So for the end of a job, kind of closing out, we're going to talk about PC advancement, which is you get experience. You guys tracked your desperate rolls, so that's good. At the end of the session, for each item below, we mark 1 XP, or you can mark 1 XP in your playbook or in an attribute. When you guys rolled, you rolled for, or when you got your point for making the desperate rolls, that was for your attribute. But anything that is in this category, you can actually put in your playbook, which means you'll get a playbook advancement, one of those special abilities. Or you can put it to the attribute and gain another dot in one of those skills that's underneath the attribute. So let's kind of go down the line. I'm going to ask the question, and then we're going to see everybody's responses. Let's see. I'm sorry. I take that back. We're going to look at your character sheets because it's a little different for each one of you. So first up is going to be Archon. Archon. You have 1 playbook advance marked. There shouldn't be anything marked at the moment.
Okay.
If that was from a desperate roll, that has to go in the ability that used the desperate roll.
That was the. I don't recall which one that one fit to. That was the problem. So
Okay. Take a look through the chat because it archives all of our rolls. It looks like you had a.
So I had a command.
Archon had a command that was desperate, which is in the resolve category.
Right. I think that may have been it, actually.
Yeah, it looks like that.
That was everything. I thought there was another one in there, but I must have missed it. So.
That's okay. We're about to give you experience anyway. So we've already done that. Now, you are a spider. So I don't have the spider sheet in front of me. What is the second entry on experience for spiders?
You addressed a challenge with preparation and calculation.
Okay. I feel like that was a
I think that's where I put the tick mark in for, because there was a couple flashbacks in there that
I was going to say, I think that was accomplished. So go ahead and put the tick mark in.
And we're putting it.
You can
back in
gain.
the playbook?
You can gain up to 2 experience. I think that you guys through the way you talk through your flashbacks, that I think a lot of it had to do with preparation and planning. So I'm going to say that that's actually 2 experience.
And we're putting it into playbook advancement, or is that going into?
You can put it into playbook, or you can choose to put it into one of those abilities: insight, prowess, or resolve. If you put it in playbook, that will give you a special ability when you advance. Or if you put it inside one of those stat groups, it will give you another skill point to use.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I'll put the 2 into resolve then.
Okay. You expressed your beliefs, drive, heritage, or background.
I don't think about the heritage, but the
I think your background came up. You chose military, so I think like No Man Left Behind, going back for the Hoodoo Man. I think that that's probably a good example of that. So I'm going to say 1 experience.
All right.
Now, if anybody disagrees with me and thinks that he deserves 2 or doesn't deserve experience or anything like that, this is an open conversation, so you can input at any point.
Right.
Let's see. You struggled with issues from your vice, trauma, or traumas during the session. This one, I don't think anybody's going to get this week, just because we just started. You haven't really gotten a chance to get in trouble with your vices yet. So I think that's going to be it for Archon. And for Wester, let's take a look at the list here. You've already done desperate action rolls, which you could only get 2 in each category, which I think, yeah, it looks like you're good to go on that. You addressed a challenge with knowledge or arcane power. I feel like that was a 2. You kind of gambled big on that one and caused all sorts of problems for your own selves.
Woo! Destruction.
I want you, because I saw inside the chat, this was not a 6-coin job. Hell no, it was a 30-coin job. No, you guys brought a lot of that problems on yourselves. Just want to point that out. Let's see. You expressed your beliefs, drive, heritage, or background. I think your heritage came up. When it came to a question of bringing down the barrier enough for ghosts, which would have been easier, you chose to push it and invite demons in. So I'm thinking 1 experience for that.
His background came up too with the flashback, the witch.
With the witch.
Oh, that's true. I'd say 2 then.
If that. Storing these here.
Okay. And no vice or trauma that we need to worry about.
Not yet.
Yep. Hoodoo Man. Let's see here. Already did desperate rolls. Let's see. You addressed a challenge with technical skill or destruction. Check and check.
Yep.
So 2 experience. You expressed beliefs, drives, heritage, or background. Let's see here.
The apothecary would be my first example. And then the actual hoodoo stuff itself would be my other example of wrecking stuff, because he brings in spirits as his underworld kind of thing, which the priestess doesn't like him doing.
Yeah, I think so. Okay. And you didn't struggle with anything, so I think that we're going to say 4 experience that you can spend wherever you want. If you fill up one of those tracks, again, you can take a point, because I don't know if anybody's close, but somebody might be. Kess, let's take a look here. Did you do any desperate rolls? I don't think you did. Yeah, okay. No pushing the luck for Kess. Let's see here. Challenge or address a challenge with stealth or evasion. I think that there's 2 ticks on that one. The stealth to get in there, and then kind of, while it's not necessarily evasion, I think the flashback with the Nicodes and having the right climbing material, I think that should count as evading the situation. Is everybody on board with that?
Yes.
Okay. And express beliefs, background, or heritage. Let's take a look here. Somebody popped up in the chat here. Okay, let's see. From Akros and Wintercliff, and trade is a watchmaker. Oh, I don't think so on this one. I mean, unless somebody's got a point that they think sounds valid as far as that. The beliefs, drives, heritage, or background. Kess has a heritage of Akaros, Wintercliff, which is the city, and then trade is the background as a watchmaker. I don't think either one of them necessarily came up, but
this I don't know if this would count. I get the sense Kess believes that our ghosty stuff is stupid and reckless, and that was heavily expressed.
Yeah, I could see that.
And his drive to be sneaky.
I could see that, but the ultimate question is that something that Cass believes? That the occult, while useful, is quite dangerous?
It is something he believes. It gets proved to him constantly.
I also think like one of his drives is because I feel like Cass is someone who prides himself on their ability, and right before he is going to fall, he's able to still pull himself up and get the painting out, and he's the only one unscathed. So to me, that shows his drive to basically be perfect in his thievery lurkiness.
Okay, so I'd say that's a total of 4 experience you can spend across your character sheet. Okay. So next we look at crew advancements. Marquise, you pulled up the crew sheet last time, so I'm going to have you pull it up again.
Dope.
All right, so the cool thing is when you advance the crew, you actually get 2 upgrades you get 2 upgrades or a special ability. So that's kind of the cool part about it. It's not like a character where you get 1 for 1 kind of thing. So let's take a look here.
So execute a profitable burglary, improve the quality of your hunting grounds, bolster your crew's reputation or develop a new one, and contend with challenges above your current station.
Okay, let's go down them one at a time. Start with the first one.
So execute a profitable burglary, robbery, or other theft, which we did.
Are you looking at smugglers?
Yeah, ours is smuggling or territory control operation.
I was looking at on the Valley thing on the site. I mean, on the World 20 as I was saying.
Oh, it might not be corrected yet because I couldn't put in the group until we actually started going. So, Lewis, you've got the smuggler sheet up. You start with question 1 first, then.
Did we execute a successful smuggling or territory control operation?
Yes, the painting, you've smuggled it to its new owner. While it's technically a burglary, the second portion of the adventure that wasn't really highlighted, it was actually getting it to the buyer.
So that's 2 boxes, yes?
Yeah, I would say 2 for that one.
Gotcha.
Next question.
Did we contend with challenges above our current station?
Oh, man.
You had actually 2 factions involved in this one, the dock workers and the Sparkrights. So I'm going to say that that's at least 2 experience right there. Did
we bolster our crew's reputation or develop a new one?
Oh my goodness.
So this is something that we should discuss. Do you think that we bolstered the reputation of being strange, or do you think that we might have or gained a new reputation?
I feel like people saw the Hoodoo Man doing his ritual, and that would spread.
Well, see, here's my thing. When I look at those reputations, let me pull up the list real quick here, because I believe that there is some different options for you. Strange may not be the one that fits the best anymore.
Destructive.
Reckless. I was
gonna say, in all honesty, the people that would have witnessed it and gotten to talking, I think reckless would actually become the new one, not necessarily strange anymore.
Are we still strange and reckless, or are we just reckless now? In the eyes of the people.
Let me double check.
Because now if we're just reckless, I feel like next time we play, we have to gear it back towards being strange.
We had to roll it back.
Make some Black Mirror stuff happen. I like how Ben was like, yeah, we're going to be subtle with this. We were not subtle at all.
Call
what
it
it
my army
looks
of Leviathans.
From what it looks like you have one reputation at any given time because it determines what you get bonus experience.
All right. So we definitely develop ourselves now as reckless.
So you've shifted from strange to reckless. There's just too much collateral damage on this one for you not to be considered reckless at this point.
Oops.
Yeah. So much for control.
So is that 1 XP or 2 XP?
Oh, I'm sorry. There is a list here but reckless is not on there. The one that I would probably say is brutal. Because like you guys not just did the job, you brought down the city to do the job.
Worth 6 points.
Or you could take it the other way and say that you guys are ambitious.
There was no ambition in what we've done. It was just brutality and pointlessness.
Okay.
We need to steal a painting. Okay. Let me summon a cadre of demons.
Okay, I'll say this. Kess was like, just cause a distraction. But he didn't specify what the distraction should be. Maybe he should next time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Chris mentioned Leviathan. There was no direction, so we brought in Leviathan.
It makes perfect sense to me.
And I'm pretty sure that my actions just create like a bunch of holes and vampires in the city, but we'll worry about that later.
Good.
We are the bad guys.
All right, so that's 1 XP or 2 XP?
That's going to be 1 because you shifted.
Right.
Okay.
All right. Did we express the goals, drives, inner conflict, or essential nature of the crew?
Yeah. In all seriousness, I think that we shined a light on one of the conflicts of this crew. Kess wants to operate as a criminal, try and keep it on the down low, keep the cops off your tail, just to operate and survive. And you guys want to make a name for yourselves. Really. You want to show your power.
I thought you were going to say our power-drunk maniacs.
I was going to say you want to show your power, and that doesn't necessarily always align with what Kess has in mind. So I think that's one of the conflicts.
And another conflict I imagine would be the fact that Wester has a big thing about getting all his ghosts into the city. So, like, even she said at one point she's debating on being a ghost. So we also shine light on the fact that she goes out of her way just to do the most chaotically ghostly haunted situation that she can because that's part of her beliefs and her drives. And that kind of matches with the Hoodoo main as well.
Okay. Yeah, I'd say 2 for that.
Dope.
So I think that's
Yeah, actually, Matt, you guys kind of nailed it on your head when you said Kess is the straight man to your craziness.
So that means we have a full
off.
bar -1 of the advancement if I did my math right.
I believe you guys are at 7. Sorry.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep, 7. So 7 out of 8. Yep. So full bar -1.
So the crew does not advance this time because that's all the questions, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that is all 4.
Okay. The crew will not advance this time. However, next time you guys are pretty much guaranteed to make an advancement, or whoever plays at that point if we do trade out people. So we're going to talk about the payoff, entanglements, heat, and downtime. This is kind of how you wrap up a con or a job, and then this is also how you set yourself up for the next job. So the payoff. A score yields 1 rep per tier of the target. Your target was the painting, and that painting has a tier associated with it, which is a tier 3. So
We
you get 3
right.
rep from that. You will also earn coin based upon the nature of the operation, which I've already discussed with you is 6 coin.
So there's only 4 coin on the sheet. So what do I do?
Well, you guys are going to divvy up the 6 coin however you want.
Gotcha.
The 4 coin does, like, you don't each get 6. The crew as a total gets 6.
Gotcha.
what you could do is give the crew sheet most of the gold and then divvy it out amongst yourselves from there, or you could divide it amongst yourselves, whatever the case is.
I say we give the crew itself the 2 coin, and then we give 1 coin to each person.
The coin doesn't need to be spent. Like if you have extra coin, then you do slots for coin. You have to spend it all before your downtime is over, but from the payoff to the downtime, you can have excess coin.
Gotcha.
Okay. So it is 6, which right now it'll stay at 6. There are things that you can do to change that 6. Like if you want to go back and be like, hell no, that was not a 6 job. We need more money. You could try and push that with Lanic.
Yeah, Billy, no.
Push it with Lanic.
No.
I was going to say, Kess will tell you that this was our fault, and we should not push our luck on this one.
Yeah, Kess will be like, don't push it, because otherwise he's likely to drop it for damaging his rep.
Yeah, that's true.
Because we have damaged his rep.
Let's see. You guys have not seized a claim, so there's no benefit to that. So for now, yeah. Let's see. Subtract 1 coin per crew tier if you play a tithe to a ward boss or larger organization. Right now, you don't have a ward boss or a larger organization to worry about, so no worry about that.
And then heat.
Heat is the next step, which is after a score or conflict with an opponent, the crew takes heat. You have 2 heat before we even go into this, just to make that known again.
Right.
Let's see, add +1 heat for high profile or well-connected target. I don't think that's valid.
All right.
Add +1 heat if the situation happened on hostile turf. Yes, that happened. +1 heat.
Here comes the big one.
At war, which you're not. And add 2 heat if killing was involved.
People did die.
Yes.
Somebody died.
No one directly killed anybody.
The thing is you did not directly kill anybody. So
We're not accomplices.
well, here's the question I posed to the group. Do you guys think that there was enough chaos to cover up your actions that you could not be fingered for the crime?
I'd say yes.
Yes.
I think they're definitely more concerned with the fact that Leviathans are running around.
Chris,
than...
I would argue, however, that instead of giving us 2, you give us 1, because
Yeah,
it will still paint us.
Because 1, we did unleash the Leviathans, but I also unleashed a bunch of vampires, ghosts, and holes in the city. And people definitely saw the Hoodoo Man in glimpses, so I wouldn't say 2, but I would say 1.
Okay.
I think we deserve the 1 heat.
With one other stipulation. Looking at the chat, scientist Stormcaller was a real person. The identity that was assumed, that person went to the chopping block for this. So during the investigations, there's not enough to prove that Stormcaller did not do it, so Stormcaller gets executed anyways, but there's enough to cause questioning. So I'm thinking that 1 heat for that is fair.
So it's still 2 heat, so I got you.
Yeah. So right now we're looking at 5 heat.
Yes.
Which
That's bad. That's really bad.
That's real bad. Let's see. Then we ask ourselves, here's the fun question, because it's about to go up again. Was the operation smooth, quiet, low?
Yes.
Yeah, pretty sure.
From the Hoodoo Man's perspective, this was smooth as silk. From Cass's perspective, it was not.
Wait. The operation itself, definitely. No one has any idea that painting's gone.
That is fair. The operation itself is what is in question.
The operation went off without it. No one is dead. I mean, we got hurt a little bit, but it's no fun if no one gets hurt a little bit. But no one knows we stole a painting. No one knows that why we planned this out, or really who we are. So really,
okay, I could buy that. Keep in mind the decisions that you guys make and set the standard. It sets the standard for the world. So if another gang does something ridiculous like this, nobody knows that gang was involved because they pulled off the actual operation correctly.
Does anybody know that we were involved in the death of the city?
We are looking at 5 heat.
Could be worse.
That's technically true.
That is a lot of heat. Okay. Part 4 is the downtime. This is when you guys can spend coins, and you need to make sure that you have no more coin slots filled than you actually have of coin. Each character can hold 4 coin, and then your gang has a coin amount that they can hold as well. During the downtime, you have liberty between your scores to find some respite from peril. You may pursue 2 downtime actions. You can also recover all of your armor uses during the downtime. Your downtime may take additional actions by spending 1 coin or 1 rep for each extra action. For any downtime roll, add 1 dice to the roll if you get help from a friend or contact, which that does not cost stress. If it is meant to be like a downtime activity, that's when that happens. After the roll, you may increase the result level by 1 by spending a coin, hiring assistance, paying a bribe, getting yourself better things, etc. So, for example, a result of 1 to 3 becomes a 4 to 5, a 4 to 5 becomes a 6, and a 6 would become a critical. And you can make that choice after you've rolled. So, on page 37 is where the downtime actions are. You can choose to indulge a vice, which will alleviate some of the stress. If you want, you can also recover, which is actually a healing clock for any of those harm things that I've given you, like drained or broken arms or something like that. You can start a long-term project. You can acquire an asset, which would be something that basically, if for example, you decide, oh, you know what, Kesh should probably have fine climbing gear instead of just a normal light climbing gear set. That would be an asset you could acquire. You can train, which allows you to mark XP for an attribute or playbook, and that's 1 XP, which if you rank up, you get the benefit of adding that skill or special ability. You can also gather information about your next job if you have one in mind. If you don't have one in mind, you could use gather information to find you another job. Right now, Lanic doesn't have anything for you, and he's just happy that the job is done. He wants to lay low now because this is more than he expected. You can also reduce your heat, which is basically how much the cops are on your trail.
So Hoodoo Man needs to heal primarily. So I want to use the first downtime action to heal. So what do I click to do this? You there, Chris?
Huh?
To heal, to start the clock for the healing.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was reading something. Yes, on your character sheet, I believe there is a clock for the healing. Yep.
Yeah, I see the clock, but where is the button for the clock?
You can just click in the circles, I think.
It's not working.
Oh, it's the numbers. It's the numbers down to the side.
It says progress. You
gotcha.
select 1, 2, 3, 4, all that.
How do you heal?
So when you want to recover, let's take a look here. For recovery, you get treatment to unlock your healing clock. Remove all level 1 harm. You can perform a long-term project actively to advance your healing clock once you've received treatment and recovery. So for a long-term project is what you're doing to try and recover your level 2 harm, if I remember right.
Yep.
You're going to roll a trait and mark 1 segment on the clock per level. So if you get a 1 to 3, it's going to be 1 segment on the clock. 4 to 5 is 2 segments. 6 is 3, and a crit is 5.
And the trait is insight, prowess, and resolve, right?
Correct.
All right, so I'm going to do resolve, I guess, because he's drained. So
when you look at your character sheets, the way to determine what attribute might benefit you the best, the points that are used for each attribute Basically, if a whole vertical row is filled, that's what's going to get you 1 die. When the second run is filled, that's going to be 2 die. Right now, you probably don't have a whole vertical row filled, so you're actually rolling 0, which means roll 2, take the lowest. However, you can get help from friends and allies and things like that. Taking a look at the Hoodoo Man, for example.
Chris?
Yes.
Just because that hasn't been how the Resolve, Prowess, and Insight buttons have been working for us. So far, it's been the number of dots behind that line is how many dice you have.
Like that.
Yeah, that's what the book says.
Okay, yep.
It might have
Fair
changed.
enough.
Sorry about that.
Well, I rolled and I got a 6 with prowess. Not prowess, sorry, resolve.
Okay.
So am I now healed or?
Let me take a look at one thing real quick here, however.
Go ahead.
That's weird. In your prowess, it rolled 1 die.
I only have one prowess, one thing for prowess.
Oh, okay, yeah, I see what it is. Okay, it's your first row. When that fills up, that's what each dot in your first row is what counts towards it. I forgot to change that. Like I said, it's been through a lot of iterations. So you rolled resolve. You got a 6. So you could do 3, or you could spend a coin and raise that to 5 segments done.
So from 3 or 5, 3 or 5. I'm just gonna take the 3 for now.
Okay.
So is that in addition to the 2 I had for the long term for the down things? So I'm confused.
If you had level 1 stress, you could have cleared that for free.
Okay.
Because you're talking about healing your level 2 harm, that's going to be on the clock. So you're going to have 3 wedges filled in on the clock now.
Okay, so I have 3 wedges filled in. Okay, gotcha.
If you spend a coin, you can up that to 5. We're going to kind of go back a little bit because you would have had the opportunity for help. I think Stasi, the apothecary, could help you.
Okay. So what would that?
Just roll 1d6, and if you get a 6, that means you critical. If not, then
resolve, and we just take the first one number. Then does that work?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Nope, that's a 1. No, wait, it did not roll. There we go. No, it's a 3, so no, don't get anything.
So yeah, we're gonna stick with that 6.
So I'm gonna spin the coin then, and move to 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I think that you went to Stasi, and Stasi was like, I don't think I have anything for this, and you just kind of waved her off, and you were like, get the good stuff, and you put down just this heavy weighted like old leather suitcase just full of cash, and she looks at it, cracks it open for a moment, doesn't even take the time to count it because she knows you're good for it, closes it, slides it underneath the counter, and she starts breaking out some like different ointments and things like that, and she's actually getting you the proper care that you need.
And I imagine as she heals him, he whispers something as he's being healed, almost inaudibly, that she better not be pregnant because he doesn't got no more porn for no baby mama. So as she's healing him, that's just coming out of his mouth, referencing that devil's bargain he took earlier.
And he kind of slips into consciousness or unconsciousness because the drugs are taking effect, and the camera before leaving, it shows her smiling, and she's got his hand on her belly.
I hate this woman. This woman is the devil.
She's like holding your hand to it, and she just kind of smiles, and the camera fades away.
I don't got no money for no baby, man. It's hard in the hood over here.
Yep. So that is one of your downtimes. If you want, we can come back to you for your next downtime and kind of rotate through the group.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. Let's go to Wester next, because Wester made a terrible comment inside the chat here about possessing his unborn child.
I'm pretty high on stress.
Okay.
I think I'm going to indulge my vice.
Yeah.
Which is to say, talk to dead people.
Okay. So You happen to be in possession of 2 spirit jars and McCree, who's inhabiting your own body at the moment. So you got a lot of dead people you can talk to and learn from.
Hey, is McKay a cohort now? Is that how this works?
No, not really. While he's around, he will talk to you and provide some insight when it benefits him or his own beliefs, but he's still a separate entity.
All right. I'm gonna just chill in. Wester's gonna chill in her room and talk to dead people. I'm just gonna click the indulge vice button and see what happens. How do I get bonus dice?
So a friend or ally a friend or contact can help you, and that will give you bonus. Let's take a look at your character to see if there's anybody who stands out as kind of your obvious person that could help you indulge.
I have a possessor ghost as a buddy.
I was going to say, I think Nerix could definitely help you, giving you a bonus there. You technically can take a devil's bargain if you'd like.
What's the devil's bargain?
One of the ghosts is talking to you, and it's one of the ones in the jar, and it says, you know, I could, because he's trying to talk to you about this place that's in the Deadlands, which is just outside of the lightning barrier. It's part of Old Duskfall. He goes, you know, if I had a body, I could show you where this library is. I used to be a librarian there. We've got a lot of books, one of which you might be interested in. It talks about more spirits and the occult. You might have heard of it before. It's Lord Grey's Occult, and the name rings a bell with you. Lord Grey's Occult is a book that has been thought to be lost. It is kind of an all-encompassing guide to just spirits in general. With that inside your hands and studying it, it could reveal all sorts of secrets about who ghosts are, why they exist, and things like that.
That on its own is worth the devil's bargain.
Okay.
All right. Let's go.
That means that you have now entered into contract with the spirit to find him a body to inhabit, which means you are going to willingly create either a vampire or a hull. Just want to make sure that that's clear for you.
I thought he was going to possess me for a while.
Oh, no. He wants his own body. Free control.
Like a vampire. Vampire cohort.
How easy is it to get my hands on a hull?
You just need a dead body. Conveniently, there's lots of dead in the city, and if you act quickly, you could take one off the streets before the cops find it and burn it.
All right, then I'll make a vampire.
Okay.
What's this guy's name?
I believe a dead body actually makes a hull. I'd have to double check.
The hull is the mechanical body.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
The vampires are dead bodies. What is this young man's name?
His name will be, let me look at my GM reference sheet to get a name here. Arvis. Arvis Booker.
Booger or Booker?
Booker, Booker. He used to be a librarian, or at least that's what he's telling you.
And is he a cohort of our clan, guild, gang?
No, you gain cohorts through upgrades.
Gotcha.
You can upgrade the gang and take him as a cohort if it presents itself as an opportunity.
Vampire librarian, ? All right. I clear 5 stress.
If you would like, let me just double check here. You cleared them out. Equal to your highest die roll. Let me double check on this one because, I guess you can't spend coin to increase it, can you?
I'm happy at 2 stress.
Okay. If you go past your stress, that's overindulging. Let me know if that happens for anybody. Let's go ahead and shift over to Kess. Kess, what would you like to do during your downtime?
Kess is also kind of stressed, especially because, you know, they made that far harder than it needed to be. So you best believe he's going to go indulge his vice like a motherfucker. He's going to hell of indulge that vice. He's going to find some women, some men, some high buildings. He's going to go find a bar. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be, he just wants a way before he takes on the hard job. I mean, he could be doing better things. He could be improving himself. But right now, he's got to de-stress before he does the hard thing.
Perfect. I do have to correct myself. If you spend a coin and you roll, it will put your result up. So you rolled a 5. If you spend a coin, it will make it a 6, for example. Let's go ahead and have Kess indulge, if you would. Let's see. You are a lusty type. Oh, you know what? I think let's kind of define your relationship with Darmit real quick here. Darmit owes you one, but is there any sort of attraction or?
If there is, we haven't explored it yet.
Okay.
It's like it's one of those. Let's face it. I think there's a little bit of Cass has a bit of his. He probably did the whole year.
I think there's an opportunity. I think there's an opportunity. Darmit comes to you because you've been a friend at the worst moments, and she just got off watch. She's feeling vulnerable. The lightning barrier went down, and you've been around the block enough. You know that this is prime taking if you want it.
I'm yeah, okay. I'll leave her let her use the handcuffs if she wants. I mean, wait, what?
Okay, so Darmit will provide a bonus die as you go out and paint the town red.
Oh boy. I'll take the 3.
Okay.
That's good.
Would you like to spend a coin at all?
Yeah, what the hell? I'll spend a coin.
Okay.
We're making it special.
That will take it to a 5.
How many coins have you spent so far? 2? 3? 2.
Okay, done.
Okay. I believe Archon would be next on my list.
Yeah. Well, Archon's stress rolled over into a trauma, so
Yeah.
I got
And unfortunately, you can't remove traumas. Those are permanent.
Yeah. Well, let's see. He is. What's it going to take to reduce the harm 1?
You can use a recovery action, which will eliminate the harm 1 for you.
All right. That'll be the first thing he does then. Does a recovery action then.
Okay. And since that was quick and easy, do you have an idea for your second one, or do you want to have us come back to you?
Actually, I think he's actually he is going to indulge in his vice. And
do you have any stress left?
No.
You lose all stress when you...
So if you indulge your vice right now with no stress, you'll actually overindulge automatically, no matter what you roll. Which is fine if you want to do that. I'm just telling you because when you overindulge, you can get yourself in a little bit of trouble. You can attract trouble. You can do big talk, which will get you heat.
Oh God, no. Okay. Or you could get rid of heat. That's the good option instead of getting us more heat.
Your character could be lost, which means that basically you disappear for a couple nights. Nobody knows what the hell happened to you. You don't even know what happened to you, and you come back in like a disheveled mess. or you could become trapped, which means that, tapped, which means that a purveyor cuts you off and you have to find a new source.
Right. Yeah, we don't want to do that just yet.
You want to get rid of heat. You want to get rid of heat.
Yeah. Yeah. So, being the mastermind, Archon's going to try his hand at.
Hold on. Sorry. There is something that you need to know about vices. If you cannot indulge your heat or do not indulge your heat during your your vice during your downtime, you do take stress equal to your trauma.
Huh.
So you can ignore it. That way you don't risk overindulging, which you will overindulge, period. Or you could, if you ignore it, you'll take one stress and then worry about it later, like your next downtime.
Right.
Or you can just overindulge, ignore it, and roll the dice, see what happens to you. Which, just to throw it out there, I'm not going to give you guys more heat.
I'll go ahead and take the stress equal to my trauma for not indulging in my vice.
Okay.
But like I said, Archon's like he looks at Cass and is like, oh, yeah, there's a lot of ways that could have gone a lot better. So I'm gonna try to attempt to reduce heat by, like, I guess shifting blame and like throwing out rumors of other groups that would have been affiliated with it.
Okay. I don't think Salia is going to help you, but if you were to spend a coin and increase your results, Salia would be the person that you'd want to spend it with. That Salia could disseminate the right information to the right people.
Right.
So what skill do you want to use to kind of push people away from who actually did it? You can actually use any of your actions that you want. Just describe to me how it works fictionally.
Actually, I think consort would actually be the way to go with that, though.
Okay.
And
consort is basically going out, talking to people, talking to the right kind of people, and that sort of thing.
Right.
This is a risky standard.
Right. Risky standard. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. All right. 2 and a 5. Okay.
Okay. And it looks like you got a 5. So you can reduce the heat by 2. If you want to spend a coin, you can raise that to 6 and reduce the heat by 3.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and risk the coin. We need to protect ourselves a little bit here.
So you talk to Salia and you throw a couple coins on Salia's countertop, which immediately get counted up. And coin could mean more than just money. And I think you've known Salia long enough that you know some of the things that Salia enjoys. Not only did you throw in some money, you tossed in a drug that's called Black Lotus. It's just kind of this occult drug that a lot of like whispers and stuff like that smoke up so they could talk to ghosts and things like that. And you know Salia is a sucker for this stuff. So you give some cash and some drugs to pretty much spread the word for you.
Right. And yeah, that's.
And I have adjusted the crew's heat, by the way.
Okay.
So there's 2 heat left. Looks like Ben, you had an idea to reduce heat as well.
Yeah, I was going to plant some pretty damning evidence somewhere else. The maybe a bit of lightning generator cabling that may have hung around. Somebody who ran into the ghost was just like, I'm going to put this somewhere useful, love. And essentially, you know, somebody else is going to get the blame for our for wrecking the shit. Somebody who I don't like.
So it sounds like to me that it's probably going to be a prowl.
That's what I was aiming for.
Okay. Let me look at your sheet real quick.
I'm going to say, I assume it's a risky standard.
It is a risky standard as far as bonus dice. You do have a good in with Darmit, the blue coat.
I do. And we did recently spend some time together.
Yeah, and I think kind of going over things, you've gotten Darmit to kind of chill a little bit, and through careful wording and how you phrase things as you talk to her, you kind of got her pointed in the right direction, if you will. And while you seeded the evidence, Darmit was the one who discovered it. So maybe not willingly or 100% on board with it, she helped. So I'm thinking you get a bonus from that.
You're making my character sound like a complete asshole. It's great. And I get one bonus dice. I'm not going to blow anymore, I don't think. I'll take the 6.
And that is 3 points. That'll completely clear the heat that you guys had. Now, when you clear your heat, you do gain a crew experience for that.
Which means we rank up.
Woo-woo!
Thank the straight man.
Which you guys can choose to take a special ability, or you can choose to take 2 crew advancements. I know you guys were talking about doing a cohort. We can talk about that a little bit later. If you guys want to pick one of those special abilities, that might be a little bit faster choice.
I would personally prefer the 2 crew upgrades, but I'll let the rest of the party decide.
Okay. What crew upgrades?
I didn't think that far ahead yet.
Okay.
We're thinking of looking at special abilities.
Cohorts.
I do think having a vampire cohort would be extremely useful and also extremely dangerous, but extremely useful.
I've
So
just
would a ghost that sorry, you go.
I saw renegades and I was like, you know, we could all use some of that.
What was renegades? What are we talking about?
One of the special abilities for crew upgrades, I assume.
What does it do?
Each PC may add +1 action rating to finesse, prowl, or skirmish.
Mm-hmm.
If y'all want to, I'm down for whatever.
So here's kind of a cool one. All hands. During downtime, one of your cohorts may take a downtime action for the crew to acquire asset, reduce heat, or work on a long-term project. Since you guys do operate in kind of the high volume category, that might be a good option.
But we'd need a cohort to do that.
Correct.
We could get 2
So
cohorts.
we may as well. So we actually might as well invest the time in getting a cohort, and then we can work on getting things like all hands.
Mm-hmm.
Also, it's boat terminology, which makes it even better.
So when you pick out a cohort, you can choose to do a gang or an expert. The vampire is an expert. That is a single person. However, if you want a gang, you could say, oh, we have a gang of, let's say, rooks. They're con artists, spies, and socialites. Or you could have rovers, which are sailors, carriage drivers, and deathland scavengers, which rovers would be the most obvious choice for you guys.
So on the crew upgrades, that would have been the elite rovers. It just means that we got a +1 quality to the rover abilities.
Let me take a look here. Yes.
It was on page 53. I couldn't figure out where the elite rovers information was. So
you would have basically you have rovers, and then you can make them elite without that crew upgrade. You can't make your group elite because technically you can have a gang. You can have multiple gangs of like adepts and still be a smuggler group, or you could have multiple groups of rovers. But when you take that upgrade, your rovers are now considered elite rovers, which means they have the best gear, they have the best training, that sort of things. They're much harder to contend with when somebody has to deal with them.
They're super cool.
Yeah. They got swag.
They got swag. They got monogrammed messenger bags.
So the groups are adepts, killers, rooks, rovers, bandits, and thugs. And I think I described the two that probably are the most weirdly named.
Or vampire.
Or you can take the expert, which is the vampire.
Can't we take both?
You can absolutely take both because you have 2 upgrades.
2 vampires?
Well, you do have enough spirits to make 2 vampires.
No, stop.
Babe, don't you want an army of vampires, Ben?
I mean, I have a
really.
spirit friend. I have a spirit friend. If we want to make McKay, the spirit of first scientist McKay, into a specialist as well.
For now, I'll compromise 1 vampire and 1 gang, but every time we get more cohorts, Ben, I want more vampires. In the future, I'm going to want the bargain for more vampires.
Okay. What was his name? His first name? I'm trying to remember. I know it was Booker. What was his last name?
It started with an A.
Arvis Booker.
Arvis Booker.
He's my vampire buddy.
Arvis, he is a expert vampire.
Nothing
For it being a vampire.
I put him down as one of your cohorts here. Well, your cohort begins with a quality of 1. You may increase this by 1 by spending 2 crew advancements, which you can do in the future. And you get to choose 1 or 2 edges. Fearsome, the cohort is terrifying in an aspect or reputation. Independent, loyal, and tenacious. It's a goddamn vampire, so fearsome makes the most sense.
It's a goddamn vampire. Tenacious does too, but I like fearsome more.
Yeah.
Ben. Well, no, to be honest, from a pragmatic point of view, I feel like we should make the vampire loyal at some point.
Oh, he's totally gonna turn on us.
Yeah. I feel like
we can always take 2.
I
But
think
he'll
the
have
way
2
he
flaws.
I think the way he started fictionally so far, I don't think he should start with loyal. I think that would be an upgrade that you
start
move
with
to.
loyal.
Yeah, he should. He's not going to start with loyal. He's
yeah.
got no reason to start with loyal.
I think fictionally tenacious makes a lot of sense. He is a vampire, so fearsome would make sense too.
I think we should go for tenacious for now, and if he acts up, I can just wreck him and the entire scene by making
No,
it
you
a national
cannot
spirit.
just wreck a person. Okay.
I know.
Well, actually, technically, you could wreck a person,
Yes.
but it's.
No, what I would do if he goes crazy, I'll wreck the scene and make everything around me anathema to spirits, and he'll go flying off, and we'll have a mortal vampire enemy. So.
I'll spank you.
Honestly, I can compel him.
True.
He's
Let's start with tenacious.
That also
What's his flaw?
might make.
So his type is still determinable. I think his type is an adept because he was a librarian. He has knowledge. He's not necessarily a caster himself, like a whisper himself, but he has like basic knowledge.
This is a smarty pants vampire.
He is a quality of 1, and he is.
What's his
tenacious.
flaw?
Yeah, and we choose a number of flaws equal to edges. He's got 1 edge right now, so you can choose a flaw of principled, savage, unreliable, or wild. Wild meaning he's a drunken, debauchery, loudmouth.
I think principled,
Principled.
because he's a librarian.
Mm-hmm.
He's not interested in murdering people.
He has ethics.
Ethics. That's one way of describing it.
That'd be interesting because he's gonna have to feed to stay alive.
So who does he choose to feed on? That's gonna be the interesting part. The
Voodoo
Dimmer
man.
sisters. We just gotta use one as an assassin on our Dimmer sisters at some point.
We can do that.
That'd be hilarious. Just turn
Ben's
him
like,
loose. Like,
this
yeah.
might be a good idea now. I know it is, Ben. I concur.
All right, so that is one of your cohorts. You do have one more crew upgrade that you can choose.
I think Ben wanted to get it.
I just think it'd be too useful to not have somebody else hanging around that we can use for stuff.
Yeah, that'd probably be pretty useful. What kind of gang are you looking for?
I'm thinking rovers.
Rovers.
I agree.
Again?
The good part is if you do rovers, that means you're going to have sailors that'll tend to the boat. When you guys are doing other jobs, the boat can go out and do simple jobs, that sort of thing.
Now, will these rovers be under the understanding that this is a haunted boat with haunted people on the boat?
Yeah, they're
They could be ghost rovers.
So, Marquise, they're sailors. Marquise, they're sailors. They always think about his home.
Yeah, they are very superstitious because they are sailors.
Yeah.
Right. All right.
Oh, and we just feed that superstition.
Yes. Can they be like really Louisiana inspired for our steamboat and our hoodoo man?
Rovers
with thick Cajun accents.
Quality 1. And I'm just going to put gang of rovers for now. You guys can name these things. Like if you have multiple rovers, you want to be like Rover Squad A or whatever, you can. Let's see here.
Rovers execute order 66.
You can pick out an edge for it or two, and then you can take a number of flaws associated with them. These rovers are purely by your choice. I don't think there's been any sort of narrative that has established what your rovers should look like at this point.
Cajuns.
No, not Cajuns. It doesn't fit with the narrative of the world.
I think independent might be a good one for you. That
Tiny
way
Leviathans
on its own.
No, not tiny Leviathans.
I'm sorry, Ben.
They have to be nondescript. They have to be as nondescript as possible.
Look, we can get the Leviathans later. Behave.
So nondescript.
That'd be so cool.
With Cajun accents, and it'll be salad.
The Cajun accents I'll consent to, only because it'll make Chris's head hurt.
If you kind of want
Serious
like the
here.
best case scenario, you would want two edges, and like independent and loyal are probably going to be the best.
Independent but loyal, yes.
Yeah.
Because we're giving these guys a job. Yeah.
Serious talk here, though. Would a baby Leviathan be equal to rovers?
No.
That would be it. That would be an expert.
It would
Stop
be.
it.
That's an expert in the future. We get a loyal but savage baby Leviathan.
I was gonna say the problem with baby Leviathan is like
It's a power source.
you're gonna lose control eventually.
Yeah.
Like it's just a fact.
And no offense, but why are you carrying around what is essentially a power source for the city?
So independent and loyal, are we taking both or just one?
Trust me, Leviathans are worth good money if you sell them to the right
so
people.
we need two flaws.
Independent and loyal.
So we need two flaws. I don't want wild. I don't think wild should be one, but I don't think principled should really be one either. So that leaves the other two flaws.
The sailors wild could certainly apply.
Yeah.
We don't need the heat.
I think them being independent and unreliable is kind of a weird mix. It can work because I've worked with those assholes before when I was in the Navy, but it's a weird mix. Just to give you a heads up.
Well, why are we hiring them if they're unreliable? Is the question.
Yeah,
Because we need crews.
Unreliable just means they aren't always available.
and
Like they aren't there when you need them, but you can trust them to do good work.
Well, I was gonna say here's the thing that I think is interesting about it. So if they're independent but unreliable, I think of it like a professional alcoholic. They're gonna go out and get in trouble when they're out in town, but they're gonna show up to work and they're gonna do their job right.
I can dig it. They also work on a haunted ship, so that kind of contributes to the unreliability as well.
Okay. So savage and unreliable is the way we're going?
Savage.
Because they're some hard-drinking motherfuckers.
Yes.
They are pirates.
They're not pirates.
Pirates.
Arcadian pirates, Ben.
Yes,
Arcadian
pirates.
baby leviathans.
I was gonna say the cool part is
Silence.
the cool part is these cohorts can get you advantages and can also get you in trouble. So if you
course they
go
can.
to the boat and you find some guy hung upside down by his feet and bleeding out, you know that that's because he's savage. They're savage.
Because they're sad.
So yay.
Well, that's their fault for starting a fight with Marines, you know.
They also have some savage bars for the rap battles that go on in the city. So.
Yeah, that's pretty much how I would look at it. Is these guys are probably like Marines or basically like your ship guards and stuff like that.
Yeah, they're hard drinking, hard living.
Yeah.
But you know, they'll fight to the last man.
Oh, I had another downtime activity to reduce the stress. So how did I do that?
You want to reduce stress. When you go to your character sheet, there is a option that says reduce stress. Indulge vice.
Yeah, let me go ahead and do that. And then no bonus dice. Just want to submit it.
Your sheet before you submit.
What was that?
I said, let me look at your sheet before you submit.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think Stazzy's got to indulge your vice of faith. Stazzy has a lot in common with you, but she's just not on the same level of faith as you.
She's all about the roots and the roots, if you catch my meaning.
So yeah, I think it's just going to be a roll unless somebody at the group is going to go out with you and help you indulge your faith asset.
Hey, anybody want to do hoodoo rituals with me? It might be a good time.
No.
No takers? I'm next time. All right.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm too busy, you know, having fun with my blue coat friend.
So we pretty much understand what fun with the blue coat friend entitles. What does hoodoo rituals entitle? Like, is there a specific one that you go to, or?
So what he does, because again, he's trying to eventually get to a point where when he dies, he transcends.
Mm-hmm.
So when you do this with his specific set of beliefs, it's about basically gathering passions. So when he does his rituals, he does a lot of sacrificing of animals, lots of pound cakes and red candles and everything. He's trying to get the very passionate spirits in. And basically he's taking the passion and he's bottling it inside of him and then letting the spirit go. So he gets like the angry ghost, the wronged ghost, the hollowed out ghost.
So he's actually using like his crew advantage to take the ghosts in and try and emote their emotions and then releasing them back out from his own body.
And the emotions, they're just bottled up deep inside of him. So that way when he goes to die or he does a ritual, the passion comes out and enhances him. So
okay, I can dig it.
Yeah. So I only got a 3 on the roll. I don't know if that does anything. So
it absolutely does.
Okay.
It will clear 1 stress. However, you can spend a gold to increase that to a 4 to 5, which will relieve. I'm sorry, we're clearing vice. I'm looking at the wrong thing. You rolled a 3. It will clear 3 stress from your track. However, if you spend a coin, you could bump it up to a 5.
I'll keep it as is for now. How many coins do we have left? 5 or 4?
I have 1.
You have 1?
The how much crew has.
Well, the crew would have 4 if you had 1.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the crew, no. Sorry, the crew would have 2 if you had 1. I don't want to spend the crew's, and I don't want to spend yours, so I'll just keep the 3 stress.
Okay. And you did not overindulge, right?
Did not.
Okay. And that leaves the Whisper with one more downtime.
I'm gonna train.
Okay.
Did Arvis get the book for me once I got him in his body, or is that?
I think Arvis's book thing is going to be your next mission. I don't think he's. I think he has things he could train you on if you want to pursue that. However, getting the book is going to be a job because you got to smuggle it into the city.
I think what Wester does to train her resolve is go back out and meld with Leviathans.
So you're kind of like testing the waters, but with Leviathans.
Particularly ones that are in the process of being killed.
He comes back with a split on his head.
At trying to understand.
Okay, so
everything.
It sounds like you are putting your point into the Resolve group. Is that right?
Is there a way to spend a coin to make that bigger?
So you can't spend a coin to make it bigger. However, you can spend a coin to gain an extra action and do it again.
You spend a coin to get an extra action?
Yes, you can spend a coin to gain an extra downtime action.
Let me see if there's any other downtime actions. Can I heal other people?
Yeah. It would be working on their long-term projects.
What's the nature of the Hoodoo?
Did he say the Hoodoo Man?
Yes.
Yes.
The Hoodoo Man has a level 2 harm that the clock, I believe, is...
At 5.
It's at 5.
But what's the nature of the affliction? Was that like from spirits?
Yeah, it's spirits.
I'm going to try and channel some of that negative energy out of you.
Okay.
With my magical powers.
So I would say that the trait would be occult because you're trying to like extract some of that. So yeah.
Occult's not a trait.
Oh, I'm sorry, not a trait.
Attune?
What you call it?
Attune.
Attune, yes. It used to be called occult, which is where I'm running into problems because I'm watching very old games of Blades in the Dark right now. So now I'm backwards.
Is this just controlled?
No, it's risky. It's risky standard.
Okay. 3 dice. I don't suppose my friend Nirix or friends would help here.
Let's see.
Or Nil, the spirit trafficker. Nile, whatever her name is.
No, I don't think those would. However, your newest asset to the valley, I think Arvis will provide some insights. Arvis has been kind of experimenting with his own state of being a vampire and seeing what it means to actually drain something. And he's going to bring the knowledge of that with him to this. So he's going to provide a bonus.
All right. With my new attune score. That's a 6.
Okay. Would you like to spend a coin to put it to a critical, or you want to keep it at 6? A 6 will remove another 3 points on the clock if you do a crit.
If it's another 3 points? Yeah, if it's another 3 points, I'm full and I'm healed.
Perfect.
So does that harm go away, or does it reduce an effect in level?
It reduces it a level.
Okay, so it's back to level 1 drained. All right.
In that case, I'll spend a coin to add 2 more to his next clock.
If you spend a coin, what it's going to do is basically give him a recovery action so he can clear level 1 harm.
All right. So I'm back to 0 on my progress, and I have no harm.
Coolio.
Yep.
Dope. Thank you.
So that is all of the downtime action. It sounds like you guys have solidified the next job for the Valley. And that's pretty much everything for this one shot. I'd like to thank our viewers and you guys for participating. I'll probably put up another one when I get a chance, but if you guys want to play as returning players, of course, you'll end up with preference as far as coming back. And the next group will just play from the breadcrumbs that you left behind. I think everybody around here is pretty much neutral parties with the exception of me and Marquise. Make sure you check out A Point of Inspiration. We took a little week off because of Christmas time. However, make sure that you do check us out. Starting next week, we go back to doing some Unearthed Arcana-like articles about our own homebrew settings that will be published underneath Point of Inspiration, which will cover spirit realms, ironically very similar to what we were doing tonight, and healing in those realms. With that said, guys, thanks for tuning in, and I'll see you at the gaming table.
All right.